everybody. Welcome to Foo Sports Live. You're watching Foo Sports Live on the real Foo TV, the greatest channel known to man. Haven't done one of these in a while. All right, one moment. All right, hopefully I can lower this. There's some weird thing going on with my... All right, people. It starts with one thing. And in the end, it doesn't matter. You want to know why? Because YouTube fucking sucks. That's why. They fucking blow. They won't allow our channel to be monetized. And I'm going to show you guys some of the stuff they sent me. I've been in a kind of a dispute with YouTube for a few weeks now. Oh, that's one second.
That's a filter, though, I think.
Been in a dispute with them for a few weeks because they're a piece of shit. All right? I don't know what their problem is with this channel, but they've been a fucking joke for a long time. I've been calling out this fucking trash site. And that's why most likely very soon we're going to be moving the entire show. Foo TV, the real Foo TV, is going to move off of YouTube. I might do some little videos here and there, but for the most part, I don't think we're going to be posting to the site anymore. They don't actually follow copyright law, and if you read their user agreement, they literally can do whatever the fuck they want to you, and they don't have to explain any of it. I've gone through their this approval process for monetization, and they just will not allow the channel to be monetized. I made a video. I did all kinds of stuff. And really what it is I think this is the way they remove creators off their page. I don't know what the problem they have over here. Maybe too much freedom of speech. Maybe the content's just too damn amazing. Obviously, right, guys? But I'm going to show you some funny stuff. Some funny stuff I noticed because I'm looking at all these other people on the platform. Not everybody, you know, there's some people that make some decent stuff, but there's some people that straight up content steal, and that's all they do. These guys are trying to make it, one of the things they're trying to say is that I don't do commentary, that I don't add anything to any of the videos I play. Like if you see me play a little clip of a boxing match, right? They're acting like all I'm doing is stealing it and just putting it up on here. And it's just, it couldn't be further from the truth. It's actually absolutely bullshit. And if I was breaking copyright law, that'd be one thing, but I'm not. I don't do that. I don't come on here to just play clips with no commentary and then just walk away, right? Or not to speak. You know, in a way, you know, I'm you know, what we do here is we bring out the things we like, and we speak about stuff we're interested in, and we analyze and so on. You know, we do a lot here at this channel. But YouTube doesn't want, they don't care. I guess they want me to get on the camera and do a bunch of retarded little faces, and that's what counts as commentary. Sorry, people, to bring this up. It's just kind of annoying, you know. Look, I'm going to show you this this thing here. This is part of the document I was sent. And I mean, really, in the end, it doesn't even matter. Like the Linkin Park song. It doesn't matter because YouTube, really, no joke, YouTube is an oppressive piece of shit, anti-free speech turd of a platform. Okay? Just got to be honest. 1 minute. 1 second. I gotta take my jacket off. I'm fucking hot. I'm drinking coffee over here. It's really not, it's not freezing today, so I shouldn't be wearing a jacket in the house. Also got the heat going on over here, so it's not good. 1 second. Now I'm gonna show you some of this funny stuff I get sent by these assholes. 1 second. It doesn't matter. When I say why does it matter is because these guys, first of all, they shadow ban you. They stunt your growth, and then they basically give you almost nothing. I've seen people on this platform that put out videos and get millions of views and make almost nothing. So it's you know, it's a piece of shit. All right, just gotta say it, people. Just gotta effing say it. 1 second. I wish I wasn't there. I gotta get rid of that little bar at the bottom. That annoys the hell out of me. It really effing bothers me. 1 moment. I'm gonna go into this after I get this freaking bar. Hopefully I can get that off the screen. Okay, go away, bar. Let me see if I can get rid of this bar that's on the screen. Well, I guess I'm not gonna be able to. What a piece of shit. Windows is also a piece of shit. That or my computer is kind of a mess. It kind of is. I don't know. It won't go into sleep mode either. There's all kinds of issues going on with Windows. All right, right now I'm going to automatically hide this stupid toolbar. I've clicked it on Windows, and guess what? The toolbar's still there. So that's going to be kind of an issue going forward when I show some videos on here. Analyze them. It's going to be really irritating. All right, thank you very much there, Microsoft. You need to work on your shit. It's a sad, sad day, people. It's a sad, sad day. So this is what these pricks sent me, right? A reuse content. This is what they consider the stuff I do here. And within this document, they say things like, you don't give adequate commentary, which has got to be one of the funniest things ever. But like I said, people, this isn't the first time this site has fucked me over. That I actually originally, Food TV was split up into like 5 or 6 different channels. I guess I said something they didn't like, and they removed every single channel I had. All of them. And then they sent me a letter and just made up a bunch of bullshit. No joke. It was all made up. Okay? And then I wanted them to show me what I said that was which is the reason why I'm being removed. And they said we don't have to show you anything. So they could just remove you. They could stunt your growth. They can shadow ban you. They can demonetize you. This is why I told people a while ago, and they thought it was weird that I said this. I said I would love for some hacker to come on here and just wipe the whole entire site. I would love that. Because fuck you, YouTube. You're a piece of shit. Fuck you, Google, and fuck you, YouTube. Just gotta say it, people. These companies are just fucking beyond disgusting. Okay? So this is what these guys sent me. It says, reuse content. Content is not clearly an original creation of this channel and may have been repurposed from another source without adding significant original commentary. You hear that? Without adding significant original commentary. What am I doing right now, YouTube? Did I rip this voice that's happening right now from another site? Then it says substantive modifications or educational or entertainment value. Sorry, people, it's hard to speak. Yeah. Oh, I guess. I mean, that's a matter of opinion, isn't it? Educational. I mean, entertainment value. I mean, some people find certain things not as entertaining. I don't know. I can't judge that. People that watch this would have to judge when it comes to entertainment value. But we do try over here, you know. I see a lot of channels that really don't try. There's literally people, thousands of people all over the internet right now that are stealing full albums and putting them on YouTube. I've seen these people. I'm going to show some of them in a second. I know it's a sports show, people, but I'm going to start off with this. I know. It's time to complain. Complaining. I have to complain from time to time. I have to. All right? This is annoying. Okay? All right, so it says, and so, like I said, there's people on here that they literally do facial expressions and play music videos. We have a music show that we call Foo and Bob, Foo Bob Music Review, right? I work very hard on it. I build the graphics, I build sets, I come up with all this different stuff for the shows, right? We make jokes and we have graphics and all kinds of stuff. All kinds of work goes into it. But you know what the algorithm pushes? And keep in mind, we'll play like 2, 3, 4 songs, do full reviews with graphics and all kinds of stuff. And that's a problem, right? That's stolen content. But when I go and I look at a video, and keep in mind, it's like 4 songs, but the show's like 3 or 4 hours. Each one of these songs, sorry, is choking on my coffee. Each one of these songs is like 3 minutes long, right? And we're reviewing them. We're not just playing them. We're having a full discussion and breaking down the lyrics. We're doing that shit like nobody on this platform. Show me another channel that's doing music reviews the way we're doing them. Or even a lot of sports stuff. People that are doing it in different styles and they're showing videos and analyzing them as well. So I'm just doing shit that I don't think I'm doing anything that other people aren't doing. I mean, obviously we're doing it way better than most. And by most, I mean all. I'm just kidding. Just kidding, kind of. But it's just crazy. It's just crazy to me. Again, like we're doing full music. This is just one of our many shows on here. We do full music video reviews, and they're pulling my videos left and right, people. One after another, just pulling them down. We'll put hours into one of these videos, and boom, they just remove it. It's got a full review in it. And when they remove these videos, people, they don't allow me to fight it. They just get rid of it. They're like, they just simply, they don't say, hey, can you remove this part or that part? No. They just remove it. And I think one of the reasons for that, I don't know if you've noticed this, if you've seen some of these music videos and reviews on this channel, they're not actually reviews. They're ball-sucking sessions. These people just worship these artists, and I feel like it's just a form of advertising. That's really what it is. It's not about an actual real opinion. It's about sucking balls, okay? So I'm going to read some of this right now. This is the document that they sent me. All right. And it's much longer than this, but here's some of their do's. This is what it says, do's and do nots, right? It says examples of what is allowed to monetize. A funny or thoughtful revision of content you didn't originally create. These guys don't go by copyright law, and I've read their agreements. They literally say right in their agreement that they treat copyright different for every person. So if you're on the naughty list, then I think you really cannot do things that other people can do. I experienced this early on when I put out the music stuff. I noticed this. People liked our music show, but the problem is they kept hitting me with community guideline strikes. So if I got 3 of those, the channel would be gone. They just kept hitting us with them one after another. So I would have to wait months before I can do another one of those episodes. But then when I go and I look around YouTube, guess what? Everybody's doing reaction videos. They're not even real reviews. They're just facial expressions while stealing content. But that's adequate commentary right there, YouTube. You piece of shit. You piece of shit! Right? You don't see anybody bringing out Anthony Fauci, people, and doing, pieces of like dialogue and all that. But for YouTube, that's not adequate. You're not adding anything to this stuff, bro. You're stealing. This is what it's crazy, people, because again, we work very hard on this. Okay. And for these guys to come out and shit in my face and tell me that I'm just stealing content. And then I look at all these other people, these fucking whatever you want to call them. They're just thieves. They're not working at anything. They're just taking videos and showing them and doing facial expressions. All right. Okay, so this is their dues. I got to get through this because I have a sports show to do. All right. Okay, so a funny or thoughtful revision of content you didn't originally create. All right. We kind of do that in a way here. I make jokes, but we also kind of try to educate. Some people may not agree, but they just don't know what they're talking about. That's why, especially when it comes to boxing or combat sports. All right. Clips of other people's content as part of a critical review. This is the do's. All right. So clips of other people's content as part of a critical review. We do that. We do actual critical review here. All right. It's not just what they call reactions. OK, even though a review is a reaction. It's just not a bunch of stupid ass facial expressions. And I don't know if you guys ever read copyright law, but there's no place in copyright law that says that a reaction of facial expressions is okay to take content. No, it has to actually be a well thought out review, right? You imagine you have like a movie reviewer on TV and a movie reviewer and the person's just doing facial expressions and that's it. It's like, what the fuck is going on? Have we become a bunch of mimes? Is this a society of mimes? This is madness. All right, give me 1 second, people. I'm going to see if I can get the chat in here. I'm going to change the music, too. It's getting a little too sad. It's a little too sad. A little rusty here, people. A little rusty, all right? But we'll get back into it. All right. So I'm going to finish reading this shit. A scene from a movie where you've written the dialogue and changed or rewritten the dialogue and voice and then changed the voiceovers. Okay, replays of sports tournaments where you explain what a competitor did to succeed or fail. People, everything it says in the do's, I do. Reaction videos where you comment on the original video. Edited footage from other creators where you add a storyline or commentary. This is just some examples of do's. And here's the examples of don'ts. It says short videos you compiled from other social media websites. Well, I haven't done that. Collections of songs from different artists. Even look like it's collections of songs from different artists. You want to know what's funny, people? There's actually, I said it earlier, there's actually people out here, I've seen like hundreds of them, and they're playing full fucking albums. And I'm going to show you this in a second, because this is the people they monetize. And I'm going to show this because I think there's another reason why they will not allow us to monetize. And they, no joke, they stunted the growth of this channel like crazy. I've seen people fucking fart into a microphone, and they got millions of fucking views, okay? And their videos grow. On this channel, I put out a video, the shit freezes and it never grows. I get like a window of like I don't know what they do. They give me like a minute of growth, and then they close that window quick. Maybe if I get like 10,000 people that jump in here the moment the video goes live, then I'll have 10,000. But I'm telling you, people, I put out a video, that shit's frozen. It doesn't grow. This YouTube shit has over 1 billion people on it. How the fuck was one of my videos sit there for a whole year and it's got 60 views? What the fuck is going on? Obviously, they're doing something. They're controlling something that does not allow certain channels to grow. All right? So I'm going to continue. Sorry, I have to complaining. All right? All right, I'm going to look at some of the comments and then we'll go back to the complaining. And then we'll go back to the sport of boxing, which many times is very annoying and makes me want to complain. Hopefully my mic's not too loud. I see it's peaking a little bit. But what can I do about it? That's just what it does. Check. Check. All right, I lowered it slightly. All right. Wait, where's my mic button? Again, people, rusty. I'm rusty. I'm effing rusty. All right. Fubu TV, thanks a lot, man. Why do you always call me Fubu TV? I hate LL Cool J. He, she. Not because of that. I just hate him for other reasons. All right, what's up, man? No more snack Victor Conte gone. Are you kidding, man? Are you kidding? Victor Conte is gone? I got to get my Victor Conte clip in here. What's up, Food TV? Did you hear about Victor Conte? Oh, no, man. I didn't hear about that. That's sad. Victor Conte's gone? I think maybe they were about to get exposed. That kind of sad in a way. Right? I didn't hear about it. Man, Victor Conte, a great PED guy. When did that happen? Today? Today is a 33, people. Isn't that kind of crazy? This is my a 33 symbolizes transformation. Sometimes that could be death, life, just changes, right? So today, for me, is my big fuck you to U-Cylinder. And by U-Cylinder, I mean this trash site called YouTube. I put too much energy into this website, and I'm going to see if I can branch out. I've been trying to branch out, but I'm going to go more towards other sites. Because for any kind of creator, this site is an absolute piece of shit. Okay? They don't have free speech here. There's so many things that this site doesn't have. All right? They really we need a better alternative to this piece of shit. All right? 1 second. I'm going to finish off the second part of this document, which is the don'ts. I think I said part. Okay, it says short videos you compiled from other social media websites. Okay, I don't do that. Collections of songs, I just spoke about that. There's people that do that all over the place. We don't do that, people. Maybe sometimes we'll have, like, in the music reviews, we'll have 2 or 3 songs, but we'll do full reviews. Okay, full detailed reviews. Clips of moments from your favorite show, edited together with little or no narrative. Content. Well, look at this. I don't do that. What they just said there, I don't do. There's loads of narrative here, people, and that falls under fair use. Okay. Content uploaded many times by other creators. Okay, don't do that. Promotion of other people's content, even if you have their permission. So you see that there, people, is really disgusting. Because I do this from time to time, right? I'll play a little tiny bit of an artist's music or maybe a little of my own. And I'll promote them, right? They're not paying me. I'm just saying, hey, if you like this music, this is the name of that group. Well, they're over here and they're telling you can't do that. Why not, YouTube? Why the fuck can I not do that? Because I got to give you some of the money? Dude, like this Google shit's got to be shut down, people. It really does. These motherfuckers got billions and billions of dollars, and they're trying to track everybody and do all kinds of shit. And basically tons of social engineering and all this dirty shit these guys do. And it's not enough that they have all this power and money, but now they want even more, right? And it's just going to get worse and worse. But there's a lot to say about this. I should probably do an episode of the show called CW News, and we could just shit on ShitTube all day, right? All right. One moment, guys. All right. Salute my Dons. What's up, man? All right. So we're going to just watch a little bit of some of these great creators so that I can learn from them. And then we're going to go and talk about, the topic of this show, which is combat sports, which is what I love. I do love combat sports. I'm a sick mother effer, people. I like to watch blood. I like to watch people get... I like to see faces smashed and bones broken. I want blood. I'm just doing my impersonation of the guy Turkey out the chicken. I don't know if you guys saw that when he was pretending he wanted to see Crawford get hurt. He says, I want blood and broken bones. And then Crawford gets in the ring and stinks the whole fucking place out. But they're like, oh my God, he's amazing. Ba-doink, 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 ba-doink. Oh, look at him. Why does Aspinall look like a Bond villain? What the hell? That dude's really trying to sell that injury, huh? Was it that really that bad? I mean, I've seen John Jones stick his whole finger into guys' eyes. Yeah, I've seen. I don't know if you guys saw the Teixeira fight. I think that's his name, Glover. John Jones just sticking his whole fucking finger in this guy's eye multiple times. I mean, not even up to the middle knuckle, right? Like all the way to his fucking big knuckle. You know, his second big knuckle. It's crazy stuff. And that guy, people, he went to the end and he had a fight. He had another fight. You know, not too far after that. He wasn't over here like, oh, my eyes. Ah! Right? Right? Am I right? Am I right? Sometimes in life, you got to take some fingers to the eyes. Right? This guy fingered his eyes. I think you ever heard that Slipknot song? I push my fingers into my, you know that? Fingers in the eyes. They could somebody should do a compilation of that song to John Jones fights. Right? I'll do that. You see? This is the funniness in my head, people. Now somebody will steal that, right? John Jones stuck his fingers into my eyes. You know that one? Anyway. So, right now, what we're going to do is we're going to see what a real content creator looks like. And people, I'm not just a content creator. I am an artist. I'm an artist. Been creating stuff, music, and many things. Paintings, drawings, mostly music, but paintings, leather work, all kinds of stuff, people, all kinds of stuff. Not leather work in the way you would think, you fucking pervert. All right, so look. Here's a great creator over here. Look at this. This is another category of video I've seen on YouTube where it's like black people react to crazy white people stuff. They might as well call it that because it's always some like rap guy, Rastafarian or hip hop dude who could barely speak like, I don't know, has a vocabulary of like 20 words. And then he's like watches a corn video and then does weird expressions and headbangs in the most like fake way possible. Let's hear a little bit of this.
Boy, and I'm back. My brother, yeah.
One second.
My brother.
This music's too loud. Why that damn music so loud?
He says I need to listen to Corn Coming Undone.
I can't stand this shit too. These people, either they pretend that they never heard these groups or they're just living under a fucking rock. Like Coming Undone came out like 20 years ago. Like, bro, you're like 40. This guy here looks like he's about 40 or 48. And he's listening to this now?
Let's go.
All right, so we're going to look at this. Look what they have here, people. You see this shit? Look at this. I'm going to zoom in real quick. Look, free zoom. Shut up, Veronica. I have to zoom. I'm educating YouTube. I'm educating to your bullshit. All right, wait. Okay. This guy's video, you see it right here, people? This song Coming Undone is probably somewhere around almost 4 minutes long. 4 minutes long. And this guy's video... No, sorry. The video of Coming Undone is around 3 minutes plus, right? This guy's whole video was a little over 4 minutes. So how is this an adequate review, you piece of shit YouTube? Again, we do a music show, and this shit is like 2-3 hours long. And we do a review of a song that's like, we'll watch like a 3 minute song and do a 20-minute review of it. And then we'll listen to another, or longer. Sometimes they're longer. And then we have engagement. We talk to people in the chat. We do all kinds of shit. Look at this motherfucker. He just plays, he got this shit, looks like garbage. Just like the worst fucking graphic ever. This ugly ass pink shit around there. And then he sits there and looks like a retard. Now you have to be removed from our site because you're mean. Keep holding on when my brain's ticking. Adequate commentary. Keep in mind, I'm doing more talking on this guy's video than he does in his video. Okay? And I'll probably get hit with a fucking community guideline strike for playing this guy's video where he's literally stealing someone else's video. Adequate commentary is doing a hip hop nod to rock music. You don't move like that to rock, you dumb mother. Beep. That's how you know how fake the motherfucker is. Yeah, I'm into this. I'm bopping around like I listen to 50 Cent.
Okay. Okay.
And it's pathetic too. He's like Jamaican with a fucking stupid ass do-rag on, like trying to adopt like, you know, hood culture from like Queens or like, you know, back where I grew up in Brooklyn back in the day, where dudes would try to look like 50 Cent. Well, but actually 50 Cent tried to look like them.
This is like a statement song.
This is like a statement song. All right, so this motherfucker does this for like over 3 minutes of head nods, and to YouTube that is adequate commentary. That is not stealing at all. This man here has over 500,000 subscribers, and he is monetized. With that amount of viewership, and he's getting pushed, he's gonna make himself some money there, people. And he does the least amount of work. He does nothing. He's literally doing nothing except stealing content. But the headbangs really do, they complete the adequate commentary, right? We're going to see now, here's another great creator. Look at this. People, just so you know, this is a music review right here. Oh my God, adequate commentary. Unless I try to start again, I don't want to be the one. I'm not going to play too much of that because guess what? They'll fucking pull the video down. But for this piece of work over here, this person is very popular on YouTube and is monetized. And what do? She steals content all day. She does facial expressions like a dumbass retard.
Everything's been...
Sorry, people, I'm harping on this. Let me show you just a little bit more before I get out of here. Some of it is actually kind of funny in that it's so stupid. All right, so you got a guy over here. More content stealing. Guess what? He's monetized. He's got hundreds of thousands of subscribers, and he's literally playing a full Linkin Park album. If you go to his page, all he does is play full albums. I cannot take this anymore. And again, he looks like he's fucking gooning over here. Just doing these dumbass faces. Like, look, if I was to take away this screen, now I'm gonna press play on the video. So what's happening here? All you have is stolen music. That's all you have. When you take away his dumb fucking facial expressions, all you have is a thief. And this is not like what we do, falls under copyright, actual fair use. That's called fair use. What this guy is doing here is basically against copyright law. And his video should be pulled by the copyright holders. But since they suck cock, these influencers, I guess the copyright holders let them keep it up. Because the whole intention is to sell it, right? That's why if you've ever watched these videos, these guys are building up everything they listen to. They're doing these exaggerated faces. What we do, we don't do that. We do actual reviews. So it may be positive, it may be negative, it might be in between. Right? Here's another one. They're saying that you need commentary. This is a gaming video. This man here has hundreds of thousands of subscribers, and he literally just plays video games and has no commentary at all. Keep in mind, people, this video game here is someone else's work. Okay? It's someone else's work. So it's just kind of odd that a guy could just play a game like that and add nothing to it and still get what do you call it? You get monetized, you know? And again, the monetization doesn't even mean that much because they ain't gonna give you shit anyway. They're gonna take most of it or whatever. Look at this guy over here just plays Michael Jackson videos all day.
I'm gonna show you.
And guess what that is, people? You see what that is? This is what you call an advertisement. This means this person is monetized.
The #1 Wii game you should get if you're starting a Wii collection.
So there you go. This is an advertisement. Okay.
First, I'm gonna go over some others.
Remember, they said that I don't have adequate commentary. You want to know what's funny? This man here has zero commentary in any of his videos. He just steals Michael Jackson videos and reposts them on YouTube. So YouTube, how is it that you're sending me this letter saying that I'm not adding anything to these videos? And this is one of the reasons why you're not allowing me to become monetized. But then you have clear evidence all over your trash site of you allowing people to simply repost content that they have online with zero added content. They add nothing to it. These guys told me I add nothing to this. And keep in mind, like, again, I could have a picture on the screen and talk about a subject. And I've done it many times. We have static images or whatever. And we have this long conversation. And that's just bullshit. That's what it is. That's all I'm pointing out is that the platform is, they do shit to people in order to kick them off the platform. All right, so you see this? All this is a Michael Jackson video. This guy adds nothing. Every video he has is just a clip with no commentary. And you just saw it. He has an advertisement, which means he's monetized. Is all the guy does. It's all Michael Jackson clips with no commentary on any of these videos. This is straight up theft. Okay? This does not fall under fair use. I said it a long time ago. YouTube does not work within copyright law. And that's one of the most disgusting things, because what right do they really have to start cutting down your content now, you not allow you to be commoditized when you literally put hundreds, if not thousands of hours of material onto their trash website? Okay? And not by content, I don't mean me just stealing stuff and putting it on here. I mean me and Bob having commentary, doing reviews, and so on. We do a lot of stuff on here. All right? We're just gonna watch a little bit more of this great stuff, and I'm gonna start the sports show. Look, we're in the sports show. This is the sport of fucking hating these people, and by these people I mean these people and YouTube, mostly YouTube.
I don't know why. It doesn't even matter how hard you try. Keep that in mind.
My spitting bars out here.
All I know, time is a valuable thing. Watch it fly by as the pendulum swings. Watch it count down to the end of the day. The clock takes life away. It's so
adequate commentary, right? This is adequate commentary, right? Oh my God! 1 second, people. Adequate commentary. Oh, wait. I gotta show you this. Now they'll hit me with a copyright claim, right? For what? Showing this piece of works video? Really? Really? Is that what they're gonna do? That's probably what they'll do. All right, 1 second, people. I just fucking turned off my whole screen. Great. So that's what I have to deal with on this shitty platform. I guess what I need to do is start showing my face in the camera and just do a wide mouth stare, but do some big bug eyes. Just do a bug-eyed stare, right? That's all I gotta do, right? And speaking of bug eyes, we're gonna talk about showbiz later, right? Okay, 1 second, people. Sorry, I've been harping on this, but this has been annoying me because I'm getting my content removed all the time on here, and they just won't allow the channel to grow. I mean, look, I got over 400 videos over here. Now, how many subscribers? And I look at these trash videos like this thing over here, this piece of work. And she's literally just there with an open mouth. I mean, people, look. If you want porn, I'm kidding. I'm pretty sure you do. But not you guys. The other people. The gooners all over the internet. Maybe they watch this because their mouth's open the whole time, right? You imagine you were at a concert and you turned around and everybody was doing these kind of facial expressions? Like just there, wide mouth the whole time? At the end, she says, "Go, Chester! Adequate commentary, monetized." And not only are they monetized, but they push them. The platform pushes these idiots. This is communication. Maybe there's too much communication on this channel. They want people to be a bunch of like wide mouth fish face motherfuckers who can't communicate using words. Mom, look at her. Wow. Adequate commentary. Fuck you! Not you, wide mouth lady. I meant YouTube. All right. All right. With that out of the way, there's actually some of those videos are funny because the people look so damn retarded with these stupid facial expressions. But I think that is a way to sell these artists. I mean, look, if you want good music, this is what you watch. All right, this is fair use, YouTube. I'm kidding. You don't give a shit about fair use unless it's certain, people on the platform. Oh my God. Damn, they don't build them like that anymore, do they? Sorry, Bob. Sorry. I'm kidding. I'm just watching it because I think it's funny. Wait. This is good music. It's good music. This is my favorite part of this video is this guy over here. Look at this. Watch this. Look at the guy on the piano. Wait. See if we find it. Look at that fucking guy on the piano. It's hilarious. Wait, come on. Show the guy on the piano. Oh, here it is. Look at this, people. Look at this. This fucking guy's amazing. So back then, that was cool, right? This was back when white people couldn't rap at all. Very manly. Damn, look at those things. Was this video directed by the guy that created Dead or Alive, the video game? What the hell? Things happening here. Wait, I gotta see this guy do the dance. Sorry, people. Look at his dance. Look at this. Ah, shit. I missed the good part. Sorry. No. I missed the good part. Here it is. This is the best part. This shit is funny. By the way, again, look at the guy on the piano. Look at him. They're so stupid. What a dance. Wait, you can't see the whole dance. The greatness of this dance. It's a great contrast from her, right? This guy over here. What a dance. I bet you that dude is probably like 15 years old too back then. What happens to people? Like, people look different, right? Back in the day when you were like 15, you looked like you were 35. Anyway, now YouTube, that's what you call adequate commentary when you're watching a video, okay? Do you get that in your head, you fucking pieces of beep? Okay, I know I said the F word, but it doesn't matter because I didn't mean it. I mean, I bleeped it, sort of. Okay, people, this is a sports show. Give me one moment. I got my sports shows filled with all kinds of stuff that has nothing to do with sports. It's the problem. All right, so I'm going to cut that down a little bit. People, look. It's Crawford and bomac attack. I heard recently that bomac, I haven't seen the video yet. I think BDA Boxing told me about this. Someone told me about it in the boxing community, that he had a meltdown. That bomac recently had a meltdown on a show called, I think, The Boxing Voice. We're going to check that out. I'm going to react to it because I feel like over the last few weeks after this totally amazing win that Crawford got versus Canelo, they're trying to build him up like he's the greatest fighter of this era or of a generation, right? I think it's a big load of shit because he's not. Well, what's going on? Wait, did Bomac sit on power lines? Oh, well, wait, is Bomac under arrest again? Did he expose himself at a Subway sandwich place again? I'm kidding. That was Terrence Crawford when he was on a date with Turkey Yellow Chicken. Anyway, people, look. We all know who won the fight, okay? And Showbiz knows too.
So Canelo Alvarez got robbed.
You see, we know what happened. Right, Showbiz?
Fuck you.
Oh, wait, that Oscar clip is all effed up. Anyway, we're gonna go through some of these clips. Wait, free zoom. Okay. I only fight prime fighters. Those are just prime fighters. Crawford, fight these old men. That's all you fight, but you hold my hand and other things, and now we build you up in the media. Boy, you fight the best. Yeah. You see, those are some of his opponents. They're prime people. They're prime. They're on their prime. Just like Canelo. But I thought Canelo beat the guy pretty clearly. A lot of people wouldn't agree with that, but I know how to score the sport. I had the guy winning 8 rounds on the night of the fight. I even said on the night of the fight, I said you could, if you are generous to Crawford, you could probably give him like 5 rounds. And at the very most, if you're being extremely generous, you could give Crawford 6 rounds if you were being generous. But if you're not being generous and you're scoring the sport according to the way it's supposed to be scored, you don't score clean, effective smiles. Okay? And badoink, badoink, badoink. You don't score badoinks and inside slaps or even closed fist slaps, because in the rules, those aren't scored because those aren't actual real blows. And this is what Crawford did throughout the night, is that he threw these little a lot of garbage blows that were throwaways. And since these people, I guess, thought Canelo was going to knock him out in 1 second, and he didn't knock him out in 1 second, so automatically Canelo loses because of standards, right? And Crawford, I guess they think he's cute or something. He's coming over there and he's getting an extension, right? Because he's got a reach advantage. So what Crawford does is he gets as much reach as he can get, and when you do this, people, when you throw like a hook, you have to turn it over for it to be scored. But Crawford wants to stay out of the danger zone, so what he does is that he extends it out as far as he can get it, and then hits Canelo with a closed fist with a inside of the glove, right? Because that allows him to get more extension, because he can keep his hand straight out without actually putting a bend in the elbow and then shoot and then turning over that punch, which actually takes a lot of the length off of it, obviously, right? And it puts you in the danger zone. A lot of these shots this guy's throwing this fight, if you really pay attention, were slaps. It doesn't matter if the fist is closed, it's with the inside of the glove. And the reason he does that is because he wants that extension, right? He wants that extension to be out of the danger zone. But the problem with that strategy, being out of the danger zone, is that you're not throwing proper punches. And boxing is not scored on just thrown punches or even landed punches. It's scored on the quality of the punch. And so many times when you want to throw a quality punch, you have to kind of be in danger of being hit with something, because the technique takes a little longer when you're trying to put some power on it. This guy's flinging out these slaps. There's one point in the fight where he throws like 5 or 6 slaps at Canelo, like slap, 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 slap. And Canelo just bulldozes right through it and throws a right hand because this shit ain't nothing. The guy's just slap, 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 slap. He's like an octopus throwing slaps, and all these fucking fangirls, all his little fangirls, like, oh my God, he beating his ass. He beating his ass. He ain't beating his shit. He's throwing slaps, and guess what? None of it is scored. There's other moments in the fight where this guy threw some punches and Canelo avoids all of it. But when you hear the crowd, they're like, oh! And they don't know what the fuck they're watching. That's what it is. And this guy got a lot of haters. Canelo. I'm one of them. In a way. I don't really hate the guy, but I didn't agree with the stuff he's done. Some of the stuff he's done. But, I scored these fights fairly. And I'm not a fanboy over here seeing this guy throw little slaps, or Canelo making him miss, and then people are viewing that as a moral win for Crawford when he's literally not landing any punches. I mean, this guy for the first 5 or 6 rounds, well, first 5 definitely, literally was landing like nothing. He's just flinging out little pawing right hands and getting stalked and getting pushed back, touching the ropes with his back, which is a form of it's ring generalship. I don't give a fuck what people say. That's constantly telling me that's not ring generalship. When a man is coming forward and you're running all over the ring and your back is touching the ropes and you're circling laterally and you're throwing a pawing jab and then you're running some more, you are just stalling. And that man, the other man that's making your feet move that fast is the ring general, because one of the things the ring general does is that he pushes the pace of the fight. Okay? So the more Canelo comes forward, and keep in mind, Canelo wasn't even moving fast. He was coming at this guy very stoically, very calm and collected. And Crawford's just like, oh, shit, oh, and he's just running all over the place. He's using way more energy than Canelo is. But he got Mr. Cante to thank for that. All right? For whatever the fuck, because I never predicted that the guy was going to be able to run around the fucking ring for 12 rounds like that. Okay? That's crazy. For a 38-year-old man, it's very hard to when you're making a prediction, you usually go by reality. And the thing is, in this fight, is that this guy is in a different. He's not like a regular person, a regular 38-year-old man who's been through, through the ringer. When you make these predictions, they're based on an actual real like human anatomy or the way human performance. And this guy obviously ain't running like a regular person. And that probably has everything to do with the juice he's on. All right? Because this guy ain't nowhere near to a Shea Mosley, okay? He ain't on that level. No one could tell me this guy's better than Shea Mosley. And Shea Mosley at 38 years old was gone, okay? He was not even close to the skills he had. Not even Miguel Cotto was what he used to be. There's so many fighters that at 38 were done. They were done at 35 or earlier. Like you look at a guy like Canelo. I thought Canelo was on the decline at 30, okay? He's already in the decline. So a guy like, and you saw Canelo in the Crawford fight, he was gassing around the 8th and 9th. He started to gas. And even with that, he still fought very well for a guy who's gassed. But this guy over here, Crawford, he doesn't get tired. He just never gasses. He never gets winded. And that's all, that's got to give it to Snack. They got some good snacks over there. And he got the backing of Turkey Alley Chicken there. You see him in the background laughing. Crawford, let me touch your ass again. I mean your hand. Anyway. Damn it. We're going to get back into the Terrence Crawford shit. We're going to look at that interview. I put people at this show. Actually, I was supposed to do a sports show weeks ago. So I have stuff in here from weeks ago. So we're going to see how much of this we can get through. All right. So there's recently an interview with with Daniel Cormier. Actually, one of my favorite UFC fighters, Daniel Cormier. He came out and he said some silly stuff, as a lot of MMA pundits say. They say interesting things when it comes to the comparisons of boxing versus MMA. And Mr. Cormier, hopefully that's how you pronounce his name, he said that an MMA fighter a boxer could never beat an MMA fighter in a street fight. Let's hear this. He was on the Shay Shay show.
Boxers don't beat an MMA fighter in a street fight.
No.
Oh, can't hear it.
It would happen too fast. I saw James Toney fight Randy Couture. James Toney was one of the slickest, best boxers of all time.
Could a boxer ever beat an MMA fighter in a street fight?
No. They would get taken out. It would happen too fast. I saw James Toney fight Randy Couture.
That's funny. This is, this shit is made by AI. Look at this. I saw Randy Couture fight James Toney. Look at this bullshit. Who the fuck are those guys? That's not James Toney. And that's not Randy Couture. So what the fuck is that?
Randy Couture.
The AI probably thought the shit was Randy. It's like, hey, black. He looked like they all look the same anyway. AI's racist. Okay? But this is a stupid thing to say. Look, James Toney, people, was like, he was old as hell. He was extremely old. Yeah, Randy Couture was as well, but come on. He's a wrestler. That I don't know if you know this, people, but old people are pretty fucking strong. An older man, even a guy in like his 70s, can lift some heavy shit. Even 80-year-olds. Some 80-year-old men, if you're accustomed to lifting heavy shit, some of these guys could still be pretty damn strong, even their old age. One of my friends, back in the day, when I was a kid, he got his ass whooped by an old man in the street. He used to like to bully people, right? And one time, this old dude beat the shit out of him. It was kind of funny in a way. This kid was crazy, people. I remember one time I saw him elbow his mom in the back, like he was fucking Bass Rootin' or something. He was like, bam! He was spoiled rotten too, which was funny. Just on a side note, but old people can beat the shit out of you. So what I'm saying is, look, James Toney was a fat guy at the very end of his career. He didn't have a wrestling background. Randy Couture was only like late 40s, early 50s, and you got to keep in mind, Randy Couture was shook. That's why he took Toney down. This old ass fucking brain damaged James Toney. And he was scared. And another crazy thing about that fight is that it went really long. I don't know if you guys remember this, but James Toney, with almost no training at all in MMA, actually went a long time actually avoiding submissions. Like Randy Couture was trying for a long time to submit James Toney. That's got to tell you something. That's crazy. That a guy like that, James Toney, might as well just be straight, he could be a fucking regular old plumber with zero training of any combat and probably could have survived with Couture for a certain point of time. I mean, this guy he cinched chokes on, and Tony was sitting there taking him. He was not finishing this guy quickly. So you got to keep in mind, DC, in the street, people are putting their fingers in your eyeballs. They're biting the fuck out of you. You think you're going to put your fucking arms around my throat and try to choke me out, and I'm not going to bite your fucking giant hole in your arm or something? These guys act like, look, if James Toney can last that long with Randy Couture, this high-level MMA fighter who's cinching on, submissions, and he getting like minutes with the guy. People on the street, if somebody cinches you up and tries to do this shit, you're going to do other stuff like bite them and stick your fingers in their eyes and all that. It ain't going to be as easy as what these guys think, okay? Just saying. This whole MMA, in the street, he'd take them down and just be too fast. Well, again, this guy, James Toney, was surviving. And he was not at his athletic prime, okay? He was not. So that's a terrible example there, Daniel Cormier. And people remember, this is not adequate commentary, right? Maybe I should put my camera on and do some facial expressions.
James Toney is one of the slickest, best boxers of all time. He tapped without actually tapping Randy. He just waved at the ref like, save me.
Right.
That's what happens when boxers
And he wasn't even out.
fight.
Could a boxer ever be the MMA fighter in a street fight?
No. They would get taken.
Okay, no, it could never happen. It could never happen. Daniel Cormier thinks it could never happen. Well, I got something to oh, shit, sorry. You can't see it, I just fucked up the clip.
Oh my God.
Hey, people, look, that's BJ Penn, one of the highest level MMA fighters to ever do it. And here's a random fat guy at a bar. Boom, and he's out. He's sleeping. Good night, champion, UFC MMA champion BJ Penn with high-level jiu-jitsu and wrestling. And what happened? Boom! And he's out. He's lucky that these people stopped that fat guy from literally killing him, because that guy could have came up to him and stomped his face into that ground. This is what happens in the street, when you get knocked out and your head hits the pavement. He's really lucky that he even got up. That could have killed him. Because he thought in his mind the way Daniel Cormier thinks, right? Oh, no one could ever beat an MMA fighter. Well, he just found out that this fat, out-of-shape guy could actually lay him out with one punch, right? Let's get bam. And then he let him get up and they pushed him away. Like he's out. He's out. He is out. DC, he could never be the MMA fighter in the street. A boxer could never be the MMA fighter in the street fight. Keep in mind, this guy ain't even no boxer. Now, I'm not completely sure. Maybe he has some background, but I don't think so. I've never heard of this weird fat guy with fatigue trunks on. I mean, look, if he was a fighter, we probably would have known. They would have said ex-boxer or whatever. No, it was like some random fat guy at a gym or at a bar who threw a left hook. This guy's like, oh, fuck. I bet you this guy right here is probably like an MMA trainer. He's like, oh, shit. Wow. Hey, you want to be a fighter? He like looks at the guy. He's like, hey, you want to replace BJ Penn? He has a fight in a week. You want to take his place? Stop hitting him! Leave BJ Penn alone! They are so lucky that BJ Penn is so lucky that they pulled that fat guy who's not even a fighter away from him. Anyway, we got some more funny stuff over here. You guys know that? Vanderlei.
It's all going mental. Vanderlei's pushed back.
Vanderlei wearing boxing gloves that he could use to defend himself.
He's got his boxing gloves on in a fist fight now and then. Look at this here now.
Keep in mind, this is what happens in the street, people. You get into melees, right? This is what happens in the street. Sometimes you get into some shit with people and they try to jump you, and it's more than one person. Let's see how Vanderlei deals with this. And keep in mind, he's wearing boxing gloves, which he could use to defend himself. Okay? 1 second.
In a fist fight now and then. Look at this here now. What? Boom! Uppercut down, out, cold.
He's out. He's out. He's knocked out.
And he ain't moving. I mean, that is a bad knockout. And then the action still carries on. I say action. I mean, the madness, the melee, the brawl, the violence.
The violence. Oh, but he's out.
As you can see here, there's
one shot just knocked him right out. Okay? Then we got over here, we got Tim Sylvia.
As you can see here, there's
Wait,
Van
sorry,
Der-
wrong video. Wrong video, sorry about that. And actually, I got to plug in my phone because guess what? My damn phone is dead. I need the phone to look at the chat. So I'm going to be stepping away in a second after we show this next clip. All right? Okay, I had one other clip in here. Where is this? Oh, here it is. You guys know this one's classic.
Wins 25 by knockout. And here comes merciless Ray Mercer.
All right, so this is Ray Mercer, who was literally, I think, about 50 years old here. He was like 49 or 50. Tim Sylvia, people, was the UFC heavyweight champion. Wrestler, submission guy, doing all kinds of stuff he did, right? This guy over here, ex-boxing champion, his better days were way behind him. He just came into MMA. This is, I could think about his first fight, I think, in MMA. I think he had like 2. In his second fight, it was Kimbo Slice, who just wrestle-fucked him the whole time. He literally held the guy down the whole time. You didn't want to fight with a 50-year-old, okay? So you got, what do they call him? Merciless Ray Mercer, something like that? I mean, that's kind of scary, right? Mercer? You know, that's kind of isn't that like a virus or something, like an infection? Anyway, Mercer over here, not having any MMA fights. He's fighting a MMA champion who is in his early 30s.
And there is Tim
50 years old versus early 30s. And gigantic to go along with it.
Sylvia.
This guy's got loads of size on Sylvia, on a Mercer.
WBO champ against a former UFC champion. They get it on this quick.
Look at the size difference. Look at him. 50-year-old Ray Mercer. He threw one kick. Okay.
Sylvia. Mercer.
Walking him into a fucking trap. Look at Mercer coming in. Stiff as a fucking board.
Ready, aim, fire.
Boom.
Good night. End of story.
You telling me he can't do that in the street, DC? He can't do that in the street? You think he's already knocked out? The fight just started. Boom. Because that's the way boxers take you out. High-level boxers, they're used to doing all kinds of training, hitting shit that moves around. Their hands are very strong, and they're a lot more slippery and many times way more durable than most MMA fighters. Because one of the first tests of boxing to be considered a great or to get to the higher ranks, usually you need to have a chin. This is why recently we saw a guy like, they're just built different. They really are. Many times they are. Not to say that all MMA fighters aren't built strong, and sturdy. Good example of that would be like Fedor, and Robbie Lawler, pretty durable guy. But you look at like a big heavyweight like Ben Askren. Look at that guy. That dude the other day just got a badoink to the eye and quit. But then you go and you look at Paulie Malignaggi recently in the BKFC. He got poked in the eye in the beginning of the fight, and he said that he was blind in the eye for the whole fight. And guess what? He was fighting a bigger, heavier guy in a sport that guy was accustomed to doing. Paulie Malignaggi has weak hands, and he was retired for years from boxing. Weak hands, retired, and he's doing a sport that he's not really accustomed to doing. He's had one bare knuckles fight before that, and he's going in there and fighting this guy that's, this is his sport. And he goes in there and he beats the guy. He beats him, blinded in one eye. All right? So that's a boxer. And I think the other guy was, a sort of MMA fighter as well. And Malignaggi beat him. And Ray Mercer knocked out Tim Sylvia. So those are 2 examples of boxers knocking out MMA guys fairly easily, okay? Not right. Well, the first one, the BJ Penn one, really wasn't a boxer, but I guess sort of. It was a guy in the street. But he lost in the street. Clear example that MMA fighters can get beat in the street. And that wasn't a high-level boxer, people. That was just a regular Joe Schmo that knocked him out. So, DC, you're incorrect. You're fired. You son of a... All right, people, 1 second. I'm gonna go plug in my phone because I cannot see your chats. But while I'm stepping away for a sec, remember to subscribe to the Real Food TV, the greatest channel on demand. YouTube may not think it, but what the fuck do they know? Fuck you, YouTube! That's not all, folks. All right. All right, so I had to plug in my phone. All right, I'm going to go and I'm going to wait for my phone to charge a little bit. Right now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to YouTube, use Cylinder so I can actually see some comments. I can read them, but I can't show them on the screen. All right. 1 second, guys. Very rusty over here. Haven't done a show in a little while. Not one of these kind of shows. Foo Sports Live. It is quite amazing. Just got to say so myself. And this, just sad that I posted on this bullshit website. That'll change. It'll change. All right. 1 moment. Just going to my YouTube channel. My shit tube. I should say shit tube channel. Okay, turd tube. Let's see if there's any comments in there. These kind of shows. All right. All right, we got, okay. What am I watching? Nah, Crawford dominated. You just hating, man. Nah, he didn't dominate anything. Paulie came out looking like he was in a car crash. Conte cheating ways over. Yeah, Victor Conte, he had cancer, right, man? That kind of sucks. That really sucks. Victor Conte, he will be missed in the world of cheating. He is an amazing high-level cheater, right? People, he was trying to beat the cheaters by cheating. And then he just has to assume that everyone's cheating, I guess, to sleep at night, I guess. I don't know. It's kind of effed up that, you know, you're cheating. You're cheating. Now, who's to say that everyone's cheating? You piece of beep. Okay? Not everyone's cheating, all right? But, with that said, we got a video here about Ronda Rousey. She's cheating. I'm kidding. I don't know. Maybe she did at one point. Got a bunch of people talking shit about her. I feel like Ronda Rousey was just so dominant. She really was very dominant as an MMA fighter, judo practitioner. And her career ended kind of in a bad way, I guess. She never was a striker. She worked with a coach that was not actually a very good boxing coach, and he brainwashed her into thinking that she was a boxer. And so she ended up taking some hellacious beatings towards the end of her career. She had 2 bad losses. And I feel like the Holly Holm fight really was just she had strategic issues in there that she thought she could outbox a professional boxer, okay, who had become a professional kickboxer. So, but I think if Ronda would have mixed it up, I think she definitely could have beat Holly Holm. UFC's matchmaking was very poor. The way how they paired this lady up first with Holly Holm, who was a boxer, and then they threw her immediately at another big puncher. You know, they threw out a woman predominantly who knocks people out with her hands. And you got to give Ronda Rousey a lot of credit. Look, she fought Amanda Nunes, who had become, according to them, one of their best champions, even though Ronda Rousey beat Kent Zagano, who beat the shit out of, what's her name? Amanda Nunes. She beat her. So Ronda Rousey actually has a win over an opponent that Amanda Nunes never beat. So that's got to mean something. That's, you know, styles make fights. But the thing is that what's happening right now is that Ronda Rousey's been making the rounds in the media for the last few weeks because she might be fighting on the UFC White House card. And so I guess she's venting before that happens or doesn't happen. I don't know. We're not completely sure. It's kind of up in the air. But the rumor is that she's training right now for an MMA fight. And I really think that is the place where she should have been. I think Ronda Rousey actually, and to me, is one of the greatest female fighters ever, especially in MMA. She's a very high-level fighter. She did stuff in MMA that I've not seen any other women do. Like, the way she was finishing these women, it was like no other. Also, just the technique she was doing was stuff I never even seen men do. Okay? But when she took those losses, they really took a shit on her. It was disgusting the way they shit on this lady. So I completely agree with that. What that she says about how the sport didn't treat her too well. How when she was dominant and winning everything, they kissed her ass. But the moment she lost, they just threw her right under the bus. And I don't know why they did that. It makes no sense. It doesn't help the UFC or MMA. You know, I'm not too big into some of her politics, but as a fighter, I think she was a great fighter. Okay.
Rousey.
But this is a guy over here. I've noticed there's a lot of shit talking going on, and I think it's a lot of these buddies of Joe Rogan. You know, the butt buddies of Joe Rogan, where they're trying to like shit on this lady because she called out Joe Rogan. Basically said he's a piece of shit. She said he's not a real fighter, which he isn't. And it wouldn't shock me if a lady like Ronda Rousey could actually beat the fuck out of Joe Rogan. She probably could.
Ever so gracefully.
Wouldn't that be the funniest ending to Joe Rogan's career ever? Because, you know, he tries to play this big, tough badass, right? Imagine Ronda Rousey beat the living fuck out of him. Like she catches him in the street. He goes to shake her hand. She grabs his hand, flips him, and breaks his arm. He's like, oh! That shit would be everywhere. Ronda, do it. Find him.
Turn.
I'm kidding. That's a joke.
With more substance, more content, she should honestly start a podcast. It'd be amazing. Rowdy and Delusional, the name of the podcast. You would think
I don't understand. She's delusional. Does people not know what this word means? Everything she's saying is sound. She's got a sound mind of what she's saying. I saw the same stuff years ago, and the lady didn't point any of it out. She's now pointing it out because I think this is one of the reasons why she didn't come back to MMA, and she went off to do other stuff. One of the reasons is that they took a big shit on her when she lost.
I think it's two people, but it's actually just one. Ronda Rousey is back, and she was on the Burt Kreischer podcast and spoke about a lot of stuff. She did harp on the same subject as before, aiming at the UFC fans once again, and also Joe Rogan, who she called a fan with an audience. Bro, he's not just...
Is that not true, buddy? That's called true. He's a fan with an audience. That's all he is. He's a talking head who... and in many ways actually skews the audience towards picking guys that don't even win fights. Okay? That's what he does. He's a talking head. He may know a couple of things here and there about, jiu-jitsu or whatever, but he doesn't know a lot about fighting. Some of the stuff he said in the past I thought was retarded. He talked about Khabib's defense, and I said that he's going to have no issues with Conor McGregor's punches. None. Because I saw him in a fight previous to that where he was in multiple fights. Khabib, even though he didn't have the best defense, he had far better defense when you compare it to other MMA fighters. It was actually decent. Joe Rogan came out and he called him amateurish and said that Conor was going to beat the shit out of him. And guess what? When he went in there, Conor could barely lay a glove on him. And I called that out. I saw it. Joe Rogan didn't. Another thing is that Joe Rogan, I've actually seen people say that Joe Rogan could knock out prime Mike Tyson. And they're not even kidding. I saw a guy who has a big sports channel on YouTube, Combat Sports, whatever the fuck it was. He was talking about MMA at the time. And he said that he seriously could see Joe Rogan beating prime Mike Tyson. It's like, well, what planet do you people live on? Like, you've definitely never seen some real shit in your life. These are like some people that live up in the burbs where it's all hunky-dory and, rainbows and fucking chirping birds all day. And they think they know everything about fighting. Okay? There's no way in fucking hell that Joe Rogan could ever beat a Mike Tyson. Joe Rogan probably couldn't even beat Mike Tyson right now, okay? And I've seen Joe Rogan box before. I saw some of his sparring. It's pathetic. If you just poke this guy, you just put your hand out and throw a feint, he turtles up and he's like, oh, don't hurt me. Like he turtles up. Like he doesn't defend himself or slip or anything. He just kind of turns away and looks scared or he doesn't know how to react. So if somebody in the street would just flick their hand towards his face and boom, just hit him with a right hand, he'd probably be knocked out right there. And that's just a regular person in the street. Imagine if the guy fought an actual real high-level boxer like a Mike Tyson. People are crazy. They see this guy throw one spinning back kick and he's like the man, right? George St. Pierre's like, I learned my spinning back kick from Joe Rogan, a stand-up comic.
It's a fan.
Bro, if a stand-up comic is this good and he's better than you and he's teaching you shit, then you ain't that good as you think you are.
Was the biggest Ronda Rousey fan ever. That guy cried seeing her win in the octagon.
All right, so this guy over here, or AI, I don't know what it is. He sounds like AI almost. He's responding to what Ronda said, and Ronda's just basically like, bro, you're a piece of shit, which he is. He is. He built her up all that time. She thought he was her friend, and then he threw her under the fucking bus. He said, I exaggerated her skills. She was never that good. It's like, bro, people take losses in sports, in fighting, right?
The man shared in the same delusion that she had.
But it's that Floyd Mayweather delusion. It's a Floyd Mayweather delusion where you stay undefeated forever. The big problem with MMA is that they're not allowed to duck. To duck and duck and duck and cherry pick and duck. They always leave that out of the equation when they talk about that motherfucker's undefeated record. And when you listen to Joe Rogan talk about a guy like a Floyd Mayweather, he's just going to suck that dick. He's never going to point out that he ducked this one and ducked that one. And then he fought in an illegal manner that would have got any other fighter disqualified. So really, unofficially, which means a lot more than the officials, because officially, those people that make these decisions to give wins to a guy like a Floyd are being paid to do so. So unofficially, from people, from a person who knows the sport, right? Actually knows the rules of it. And I know those judges know the rules as well. They're just doing what they're told to do. But when you actually go by the rules and you watch Floyd's fights, there's numerous fights that the guy should have lost. He should have been DQ'd in many of his fights, and he should have just simply lost on points in the other fights. There's fights where he's outpointed. Okay? The guy should have losses on his record. And that's with all the cherry picking he did. Even with all that cherry picking, he still lost many fights. But again, the rules are different for him. You know, he gets to inject his hands. He gets to hug the fuck out of you. He gets to run his ass off. He gets to live up on the ropes, right? Oh, ring generalship. Just laying on the ropes like a fucking idiot. But he's smiling.
He was really living as the biggest Ronda Rousey fan, believing that she would beat Floyd Mayweather in that.
I bet you she could. She wouldn't beat him in a boxing match, but who knows? I mean, he punches like I bet you she probably punches harder than he does. But look, she's not going to beat him in a boxing match. I'll just say that. But she would most likely murder him in the street. She would literally kill him. She actually probably walks around heavier than Floyd. And I understand Floyd has muscle and all that, but he's a weak man. He's a little weak man. Everybody who fought Floyd got easy money, okay? Everybody did. They go over there, they talked about that Manny Pacquiao fight with Floyd. They're acting like, oh, he dominated. No, he didn't. What he did is he gave Manny easy money. He ran like a bitch. He ducked that fight for almost 10 years. And then when he got in the ring, he ran like a bum. His own dad said, you're fighting scared. You're losing. That's what his dad said. Okay. And that's a little man, Manny Pacquiao. It's a small guy. Right. And Floyd, he likes to wrestle, right? He likes to wrestle. He's not a combination puncher. He's a punch and grab guy. So what's going to happen? Look, let's imagine he gets into a street fight with Ronda Rousey. Floyd throws one punch and grabs her. What's going to happen now? Whoop! He's down on his ass and she's breaking his arm. No joke, people. I know she's a woman, but that skill set allows women to do things like break your arms and break parts of your body. That's what that skill set is built for. That what she does. She could most definitely break Floyd to pieces. Break his arms, break his legs, break his ankles, do all of it. And do it in seconds. Quick work.
She could defeat half of her male counterparts. And now she's taking shots at him.
Floyd ain't no street fighter, people. He's not. He ain't no tough guy, okay? He's a guy that worked the rules in boxing. He just worked the rules. And he cherry picked. I'll give her her credit. She fought everyone. Everyone they put in front of her, she fought them. The only one she didn't fight was Chris Cyborg. Why? Because Chris Cyborg was a juice monkey. She was completely filled with juice, and Ronda was the first one to call that out. She's like, that lady, look at that lady. She's a drug cheat. And then guess what? Chris Cyborg got popped for using juice after this lady had exposed her. And they were part of the same organization. They were both in Strike Force at the time.
Golly, it's so confusing why the fans dislike her so much. She seems to be very bitter. Oh, and she still proclaims
she's very bitter because she points out the truth, right?
Herself as the GOAT and says that she would die on that hill. Water is wet, fire burns, and Ronda Rousey's ego will never deflate.
You know, I've watched MMA enough, I've watched UFC enough to watch the commentators or Ariel Helwani or like I know, but like you see these people be critical of you and then they may come up to you and be very nice to you. Hey, Ronda, Ariel, I only know, by the way,
he's trying to push some buttons to get a response out of her.
But he's been an interesting guy attached to this
I'm not defending Ariel. Yeah, don't. He's a piece of beep.
Sport. And I've seen him be critical of people like Rampage or yourself. And then,
all right, come on.
You might run into them. Is there?
I just want to hear what she says. Oh, shit. My phone just keeps dying. Sorry. I'm going to see if I can directly plug this thing in. So I'm trying to get the chat back into the show. And I need to have my phone to do that. 1 second. All right. Yeah, hopefully it charges faster now since I got the phone directly plugged in. All right, so this guy's just basically trying to paint this Ronda Rousey as a delusional person. I guess he doesn't know what delusional means because everything she's talking about is out there, right? It's a reality. It's not a delusion. A delusion is being a man and thinking you're a woman. That's a delusion. A delusion is thinking you're extremely intelligent when you're a retard. All right? That's a delusion.
I don't know. It's just I thought there was like a mutual respect there before that I realized was something that I just imagined. So I don't really speak to a lot of those people anymore.
Exactly.
Ariel does provoke.
So you got to keep in mind, these people were all sucking her dick. Sorry, I don't think she has a dick. I don't think so. But you never know nowadays, right? They're over here praising her, right? But the moment she takes that loss, they're all shitting on her. And so she thinks these are probably like her buddies and they respect her because after every win, they come out there and they're just like raining on her with praise and respect and, admiration and everything, right? And so when she takes this loss and they're like, she was never that good. She wasn't that great. She isn't that good. I mean, she was out this one, man, this one's better. And they start saying that, So, I mean, people are going to feel that. So I agree with her. And I don't see why this guy decided to make a video shitting on Ronda Rousey. But I'm going to guess he sounds kind of like, kind of like white Steve Urkel. He's probably, what do you call it? One of those manosphere pricks.
That I talked about.
All right, now we're gonna look at a little bit of this. It is a lot of clips, YouTube, but it's called analyzing, right? I'm analyzing stuff. It's also called, what do you call it? Adequate commentary. But again, if you guys want, I'll get a video of me opening my mouth, just doing a wide-eyed stare, and that'll be, and I won't say anything. I'll just play the clips while doing a wide-eyed stare, and I guess that would be considered adequate commentary.
About earlier that Crawford has to continue to make with himself.
All right, so look at this over here. We're going to analyze this a little bit. You got Canelo coming in, right? I'm going to lower this. Canelo coming in. Very stoic, not very, very relaxed. No problems at all. And this is what I called in my breakdown for this fight. This guy's having no issues coming in. They act like this guy's controlling the ring. But in reality, really, what is he controlling? He's controlling nothing. He's just running away. And look how big he is. Look at his back. He built up all his fucking muscle. Way outside of his athletic prime. He's almost 40 years old. And yet he's more built and bigger than he's ever been in his whole career. That is clear PED usage. And it's sickening because for weeks, these motherfuckers just harped on about Canelo's a drug cheat. Canelo's a drug cheat. Canelo's this. Canelo's that. The judges are going to rob Crawford. And they went on and on and on because they had no confidence in this guy. They, as much as they said they thought Crawford was going to win, they were building up all the fucking little excuses in the world of why he's going to lose. And guess what? He still lost, okay? I don't care what anyone says. The guy lost the fight. Even CompuBox agrees with me. The dude didn't win the fight. He had some good moments towards the end because his EPO'd out body allowed him to work more in the later rounds. But you don't win fights on winning late rounds. You win fights on winning the majority of the rounds. Boxing is scored round by round. Not, he got the last 2 or the last 3, he wins the fight. No, it's scored by all the rounds. You got to get more than your opponent, which Crawford failed to do. And Showbiz agrees with me. He agrees. He really does.
So Canelo Alvarez got robbed. So Canelo Alvarez got robbed. So Canelo Alvarez got...
He got robbed. He went, oh, he sounded like a frog. I didn't do that. That's what he sounds like. All right, so Canelo coming in. Look, he does the ba-doink, ba-doink. Even if that landed, people, it doesn't count. Canelo's clipping him off with his lead left hand, just like I said he would. Not too good that he's squared up there, but he is catching these shots not very hard. This is round 11. Coming in, boom, comes over the top. Boom. I told people that Canelo was going to have no problems hitting this guy. Does that look like he had problems hitting him? And people had the nerve to say this motherfucker, Crawford, would beat Triple G. Okay? You can't even beat old Canelo, bro. And you're longer and faster and probably more sauced up because you took turkey sauce, right? You had a lot of turkey sauce. And that's what allowed you to do all kinds of stuff in this fight, like grease yourself up. I know you're used to doing it in Turkey's house, right? Getting based and greasing yourself. But you can't do that in a boxing ring. People should look at the rules. I feel like I'm the only one who pointed that out and said this. You're not supposed to do that. That's a DQ. But we'll pretend it didn't happen, right? Other people don't even know it happened, right? But I showed it. I showed in the video that happened. So look, Canelo coming in, and he hits this guy with a Triple G punch. People, does it look like Canelo's really even trying? He's having any issue hitting this guy? He literally walks straight in, and it's like, you know what? I have this technique that I do from time to time in the gym. I want to try this on Crawford's face. Let's see how this, let's just try it. And he goes, up, just clipping that shot. Boom. Look at it. It's Crawford throwing in this right hand, right? This ba-doink flick. Canelo coming in and winding that shit up. He's not punching as hard as he usually does, which probably has to do with age and maybe fatigue, maybe not having as much sauce as Crawford does. He just comes right in. Watch Crawford throw the ba-doink. No, watch. We'll go before. We'll go for the beginning. So Canelo's stalking, coming forward. Crawford's getting pushed back. This is what you call ring generalship, people. Crawford throws up a doink, kind of a push. Look whose back is almost on the ropes. That is a level of control there, people. He's limited Crawford's movements. He's also setting up, making it more likely for himself to land. He's setting up his punches. This is textbook ring generalship. For anybody that tells me that this isn't ring generalship, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Okay? But when it was Triple G who had Crawford, who had Canelo up on the ropes, everybody's like, Triple G's winning. But when Canelo does it, that's not winning. That's Crawford controlling the action. Even though whose back is on the ropes? Who's getting pressured? Who's getting pushed back? Who's almost on the ropes? Canelo's stalking. He's coming in. Here he is. Boom, over the top. Boom. Right in his face, right in his forehead. Just playing around, really. I mean, look, he hit the guy like he didn't even throw a setup. He just pushed his ass back. Bump. Now Crawford comes in with the badoinks. Watch. Badoink, badoink, badoink. Lands nothing. Nothing at all. And then he shoots forward because why? Because his back was up on the ropes. Now he's in a better position. He pivots off to the right. Boop. Boom. Right? Oh my God. Crawford is dominating. That's a good position, right? That there. Look, wide open Crawford, the way he throws these punches. He's lucky Canelo didn't do a pull counter. But again, this is not prime Canelo. That's prime Canelo. He would have pulled back from this big old looping garbage punches from Crawford and came right back with a right hand. Boom! And would have probably laid him out or knocked him down at the least. But this ain't the same Canelo. Look at that. This is exactly what I said this guy does. But he ain't fighting prime Canelo who takes advantages of this guy's mistakes. This guy ain't no super high level elite. He isn't. And who knows what happened in this fight, people. But look, that's the perfect opportunity for Canelo to lay him out. And I did, in all my play-by-play, building up to this fight, I pointed out Crawford's mistakes. This is Crawford. When Crawford actually tries to put power on his shots, he falls out of position. And this right here, Canelo should have just pulled countered and boom, right into his face. But he didn't. Maybe because he's older. Maybe he got some dealings going on. I don't know. But I know Crawford's not looking amazing here. He just ate a nice overhand, and he's landed nothing. And this is in the 11th round. But Crawford's dominating. He dominated the whole fight. Boom! Come on, Crawford. Oh, miss. Made him miss everything. Canelo, look, he's like, I am like tired, but I have my hands down. You can't land shit, man. Boom. Crawford lands nothing. A big old zero. But there you go, people. Canelo just showing why he's far better. Been through the ringer when it comes to fights. He's actually fought very high-level fighters. Like Crawford, not doing much of anything, but sometimes when you have lots of gravy, turkey gravy, if you know what I mean, the white kind, you get that special treatment. Obviously, people, there was no favoritism in this fight. That's just a damn fact. But if you believe there was no favoritism, then you probably got the tism.
Get it from him. It's mean a lot to me. We do it.
We do it. We do it. What do you mean we do it? Well, we get Canelo under contract and then we fuck him over, just like I fuck Crawford. Crawford's like, wait. Crawford's all like, man, it was beef. That's what got me backed up. Look at those feminine eyes. It was beef, bro. It was beef. Why do you look like Bugs Bunny? He's got eyeshadow. Bro, it was beef. That's how I got backed up. It was the beef. Okay. Not going to assume. I'm not going to assume. But let's see that one last time. Roll that beautiful setup bias footage. You got the guy over here that they call, what do they call him? Your Excellency. Everybody, the commentary team, the promoters, the media, everyone's in this guy's pocket. And they're all going to give it to his little buddy here. Why? Because maybe he's in his pocket in multiple ways. Okay? So of course they're going to go and give Crawford the win, right? They're going to keep building it up. Everything he did in that fight, they built it up. This guy threw like 20 slaps, right? And they're like, oh my God, oh, he's awesome. Canelo lands one big bomb, boom. This guy lands nothing but touches. But boxing is scored on touches.
This is the gloves of the champ. He gave it to me and this is important.
This is the gloves that look very tampered with. They look very tampered with. And I'm going to show you that later on. I have a video when he took these things out of the bag. The shit looks nothing like that. He clearly manipulated these gloves.
gift from him. It's mean a lot to me.
When he took those gloves out that package, people, that shit was tight as hell. Because the way a boxing glove is built, it's built closed. You look at Canelo's, it's a closed fist or it's close to it. It's very hard to extend out the fingers. They're not built to do that. They're built to be almost in a fist. When you look at his gloves, they're like, I mean, it's not even like a spoon. I mean, look at the thing. It's like they're almost straight. And that's without a hand in there. Like he's done something to these gloves. They're not supposed to open like that. And one of the rules in boxing is you're not supposed to manipulate your gloves. And this is exactly what he's done.
We do it.
So he says we do it, which I think he means we did it. We do it. We do it. We? Oh, so you guys are a team, huh? Oh, so Canelo was right. He says, Turkey, I know you want him to win.
I love the logo. Yeah. Very, very beautiful logo. The champ that...
Very, very beautiful logo. Just like you, Crawford. You are beautiful too. Hold my beep!
The champ have a lot of surprise for his city and for the future.
Or he's
He want to
shitty.
rest now for...
This dude for sure, people sold his damn ass. After this meeting, right? After this fight, Crawford's been built up in the media, never ending. They're trying to build him up like he's the greatest thing that ever happened. And that's Turkey's media machine, right? His connections. It's helping this guy out. They gave this fucking guy a parade. They gave him a parade for beating this. Well, not in my book. He didn't beat him. For getting this according officially, he got this very slight points win on Canelo, right? Like the fight's like razor close according to them. They had it 5-7 or something. Was that? It's like 5-7, which means Crawford won by 1 round. Officially. I don't think he won at all. But officially they had him winning by 1 round. So to give you a fucking parade? I mean, look, Canelo beat Triple G. Right? I don't think he beat him those first 2 fights, but he was awarded the second fight. And you gotta give it to him. I mean, Triple G was still very dangerous. And this guy came up and fought him, right? He came up and fought him, and he fought him very bravely. Stood right there and boxed this guy that could literally breaks people's faces. Like smashes people's skulls, right? He hits you with shots that knock you out on the top of the head and lays you out. He hits you on your orbitals and breaks them. That's the guy that Canelo fought, right? And he fights him. Did he get a fucking parade? Did they give him a parade? This is how low the standards are for Terrence Crawford, for this guy. He could just go and beat, again, he's beaten like, if you think he beat him, he beat an old Canelo. But he's getting praised like he just beat King Kong or something. Oh, he beat Prime Triple G. And they're going to give him a parade. This shit is retarded. Just got to say it. 1 second, people. I'm going to plug my phone back in. All right, we're going to see if I can get the chat back in here. But while I'm doing that, remember to subscribe to The Real Food TV, the greatest channel known to man. You are listening to the relaxing sounds of the Blade Runner soundtrack. Just a little bit of it, people, but I'm talking over it. It's fair use, motherfuckers. All right, just setting up my mic, people. Actually setting up the phone right now to see if I can get the chat back in here. I didn't have my phone plugged in, and it died. And again, I used the phone in order to look at the chats. Okay. Once again, people, you're watching Food Sports Live. This is live combat sports coverage on The Real Food TV. Subscribe, and if you guys want to support the channel, we would really appreciate it, since YouTube will not allow our channel to be monetized, and they are for sure shadow banning the fuck out of this channel. They're doing all kinds of stuff to stunt its growth. All right. Pretty sure some people in the future down the line will probably rip off some of the stuff I've done on here, but I won't get any credit. So again, if you guys want to support the channel, our Venmo's in the description of every video on this channel, because this channel most likely will never be monetized, allowed to be monetized by YouTube. They're not going to do it. Because I could point out many, many examples of people doing stuff that I'm not doing, that which within their guidelines does not allow you to become monetized. But even though they're doing that, they're still all monetized, but I can't do it. And I work towards, you know, I made a video presentation and everything for these guys and showed them what we're doing, and they just don't care. They just don't care. Like, I would probably have to remove every video I put out here in order to get monetization. But then they make you go through another process, and then later down the line, they just remove me again. So they're not removing me. What they're doing is they're not allowing me to make money. And they're also not allowing the channel to grow because, as you see, I could literally put out 8,000 videos and get like 1,000 subscribers. That means people aren't seeing the page. They're not seeing this. I mean, some people are seeing it, but if I'm looking at analytics, the shit, it moves slow. That needle's moving real slow. And it's a bit irritating when I go on the platform and I see people farting, or I see a video about, I don't know, anything. It could be a guy talking about, hey, discovered he's a tranny, and that shit got 1 million views in one day. So how did that happen, you cylinder? I see a guy who, I got a tranny person on YouTube. You just go sign into the site and that's the first thing you see. And the guy's got one fucking video and he's got 1 million views. How the fuck did that happen there, YouTube? What? Do I have to chop my dick off? Is that what I have to do? Because I'll do it. I'm kidding. I am not going to do that. I'm not going to go KO my beep. Not going to do that. Not yet. I'm kidding. Not going to do that. Never. Never. Usyk is here. What's up, Usyk? All right. They going to cash out Crawford with Hamza Shiraz or Pacheco, Diego Pacheco. I don't think they're going to let him fight Pacheco, man. I don't think that's going to happen. They don't like dudes like that because Pacheco, I think, is a little more crafty than Hamza. Hamza, I don't know, man. I don't know. Hamza's probably going to, I mean, you never know. I mean, look, Hamza, he likes him, right? Turkey likes him. He likes himself a little Hamza, right? A little Hamza in his life. You know, Hamza's a model, right? He's like, Crawford, I trade you in. I'm sorry I had to do it. Hamza, you are beautiful, Habibi. Right? What's up, Sobers? So yeah, I can see him, man. I can see him get the short end of the stick in that Hamza fight. If he does fight him, yes. I think Turkey will be there for Hamza. I don't know if it'll happen, but it would be a fight to put together. I mean, because look, Hamza's long, right? He's a long guy. So if he boxes Crawford, he probably could beat the fuck out of him just boxing. He could box him because a lot of times when you see these supposed slicksters, you notice they never fight movers. And what's funny is if you watch that Canelo fight, Canelo actually was on the back foot in the beginning. He was trying to walk Crawford into shit, and Crawford quickly went like, oh, fuck no. Canelo literally put his back on the ropes at the beginning of that fight. Go back and watch it in that first round. He was like playing with Crawford. He actually started the fight, Canelo, on the back foot, which was funny. It was surprising that Crawford, he came forward. And Canelo took a couple of steps back. He got up on the ropes and he was trying to set up angles to hit Crawford. Crawford quickly saw this and he was like, nope, fuck no. But I bet you people probably saw Canelo go back and he's like, oh, he's losing because he's going back, right? I see people reacting to some of these little shitty clips online and they see Canelo going back for seconds in the fight and they're like, look, he's running. Oh, that's funny, but when Crawford runs the whole fucking fight, there's no problem with it, right? They're like, no, he stood in spots and threw badoink, badoink, badoink. Right? And by badoink, I mean, you know, little pawing out bullshit. That's what he did. Garbage.
Fuck you.
I really got to fix that Oscar clip because it looks weird, the green background and all that.
Fuck you.
Calm down, Oscar. What the hell? We know what really happened. Floyd Mayweather's the greatest fighter that ever lived. He would never duck fights. Ronda Rousey's garbage. Everybody remember to subscribe to the Real Food TV, the great channel on demand. I'm gonna go smoke some more meth. We know what happened, right? Showbiz, just me, you, the Exodus Files, Never Sobers, and many other people saw what really happened. We know what happened. What happened there? Showbiz, what happened in that Canelo Crawford fight? You tell me. You tell me.
So Canelo Alvarez got robbed. So Canelo.
Exactly. Exactly. You saw Showbiz. Did you see that motherfucker? How greased up Crawford was? That guy that rubbed grease all over him.
So Canelo Alvarez got robbed. So Canelo Alvarez got robbed. So Canelo Alvarez got.
You know what? You know what's funny? Showbiz to me looks sort of like that. You ever saw this show from the I think early 2000s called Angry Kid? It was an internet show. It was on something called Adam Film. I used to watch it. Thought it was pretty funny. They actually had a film on there called Saving Private Ryan's Privates, like something like that. It was actually kind of funny. It was funny when you're young, you know? When you get older, it's kind of cringy. But guess what? We're going to look at a little bit of Terrence Crawford's gloves. Why nobody in the... Let me see. I'm going to scroll through some of the comments, guys. Okay. Dude was on P. Diddy baby oil. He's putting his fist up more than just Crawford's glove. Oh, my God. That's pretty messed up. Why nobody in boxing media mentioned Jay Prince or Daniel Kinahan? I don't know, man. I don't know Kinahan. I don't know much about him. Almost nothing. I know Jay Prince is a suspect character. He's a very shady character. Okay, so Daniel Kinahan is protecting Crawford. Who is he to Crawford? I'm not too sure who he is. All right, so you talk about the cashing him out. Canelo literally stopped boxing in the back foot for no reason. Yeah, you remember that where he kind of he took steps back in order to walk Crawford in, and then he kind of went like, well, I guess you're not going to fight me. You're not going to fight me while I'm coming back, so I'm just going to come forward. And that's what Canelo did through the remainder of the fight. He just came forward. All right. All right, so here we go. We got some gloves here. We're going to look at the gloves. Look at the gloves. These are the gloves, what they look like, Crawford's gloves. Get this phone out the way. This is what Crawford's gloves look like before the fight. Look at the difference in this glove. And look how hard it is. Did he change the glove out? Like, how the fuck did that glove that's that hard and solid and stiff, not solid, but stiff. I mean, it looks like a foam glove almost. Like, look at the way he hits it. Like the sound it makes. And look at the fist, how it's closed. It's a tight fist. How did it go from being this to being that thing that we just saw in the turkey video? I should probably play those together, but I already... You guys, you just saw it a second ago. Hopefully you remember. I'm going to zoom in into this. YouTube, just so you know, this is called an analysis, okay? That's what it's called. All right? This is actual, what you call actual commentary, right? Right? Unlike those other channels where the people just have their mouth open. This is adequate. This is more than adequate. This is way, way more than adequate. There's a lot of words being used here, a lot of commentary, a lot of analysis, okay? So look at the glove there, people. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Look how tight that fist is in that glove. That's not him pulling that close. That's not. He's not really. I don't think he's really making a fist. The gloves are just like that, people. The glove looks like that. Gloves are built to be like a fist. They're not supposed to be open. And look how solid it is. When you saw this guy the next day, people, that shit was like flat. There was so much different about that glove. You saw the way he put it on Turkey's shoulder. Give me 1 second, people. I want to show this. I want to clearly show this. Okay. So I'm going to go back to YouTube because I just deleted the other video I had in here. So I'm going to go to my history and I'm going to show you the video that we just showed just so you can see it by comparison, right? Okay, so we're going to look at this glove.
This is important.
Okay, look at the difference in the glove. Look at that glove, people. That glove looks very different. Not only is it all stretched out, but it actually looks like there's less padding in it. I don't know. Maybe there's less padding. I don't know what the fuck he did to that glove, but that looks absolutely nothing like it looked the night before the fight. And you got to keep in mind, these are supposedly the gloves. These are the same gloves. He wore those in the ring, right? The ones you saw him take out of the package are the exact same gloves as this. So on the night of the fight, he fights in these. They take them from him, and then they go somewhere, right? The athletic commission, I think they take it, they look at it, whatever. He gets them back. This is what they look like in the ring. So what the hell did he do to these gloves? That's what I'd like to know.
From him. It's mean a lot.
Look at that. Look at the way those gloves look. To me, it looks like there's possibly less padding in them. That's just one thing that's different. Look at this. Look at the difference in the glove here. This is what it looks like when he takes it out the package. Brand new. That does in no way does that look anything like the glove that Turkey just had. It's almost like it looks like he swapped the gloves. They almost look like they're totally different gloves. Maybe they are. I don't know, people. But I mean, I wouldn't put it past this guy to tamper. I mean, obviously, it's not that I think he tampered with them. I know he tampered with them because it's clear that he did. Okay? It's very clear. But it doesn't matter because he was barely even throwing power punches because he was too much of a bitch. He's throwing ba-doink, 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 ba-doink. That's all it was. But just pointing that out because I just find it kind of interesting that a fighter could just have gloves that look so different. You know, it's just the very next night, it's like totally different gloves. Okay. 1 second, people. I'm looking at some of the other stuff I got over here. Okay, so we got, we're just going to watch a couple of seconds ago. A couple of seconds of this is Dana White talking about that up and coming fake Tank Davis fight, which is not a fight, actually. It's an exhibition. By definition, an exhibition is not a fight because a fight is an actual contest, right? Usually fights are between two people and it usually has a winner, right? And by usually, it always does. It's supposed to have a winner. And it's a, you know, obviously a fight in real life is what they call fight or flight. And fights can be so intense they could lead to death. This here is this is an exhibition. I mean, if you were fighting Ivan Drago, then maybe, you know, the exhibition would go bad. But this is a exhibition, same way as pro wrestling. Pro wrestling, people, I don't know if you notice, but it's defined as the same as an exhibition. Pro wrestling is actually defined as an exhibition. It's a show of talent. You know, wrestlers do have some talent. You know, the guys are gigantic and they're athletic for these big giant guys, and they do all these little stunts, a lot of stunts. But you would never define a wrestling competition unless it's real wrestling. But you would never define wrestling, pro wrestling, because that's what I'm talking about here, pro wrestling. You would never define it as a fight because it's not. It's an exhibition. So that's the way you always have to look at this Jake Paul, Tank Davis shit and this Floyd Mayweather shit. Because these guys right now are scamming the fuck out of the public. The Floyd Mayweather really popularized this because he's a pussy. And he didn't want to challenge himself anymore. He ain't Manny Pacquiao. Even Manny Pacquiao to this day and for the last 10 years after Floyd Mayweather's retirement, or I think it's been close to 10, Manny Pacquiao's been testing himself. He's still fighting guys. He's fighting fucking Keith Thurman. He's fighting Barrios. He's fighting this big-ass Asian guy, this Japanese dude who was definitely not taking it easy on Manny Pacquiao. He was trying to knock him out. Floyd Mayweather's over here fighting fucking YouTubers. And he ain't fighting them, people. He's having exhibitions. Manny Pacquiao's having actual fights. That's what he's having. So the reason I bring this up is because the reason they're muddying the waters on exhibitions is so that these guys can have fake fights, but they can make real fight money. And that's fucking disgusting. That's why we see Jake Paul over here getting in Tank Davis's face, and the media saying, oh, Jake's gonna knock him out. Tank's gonna knock him out. It's like, bro, the shit's not real. And you guys should get taken up on charges for this. This is straight up false advertising. You're lying to the fucking public in an effort to sell fake fights. Like, you never see this from pro wrestling. You never see it because what these guys do is they take all the trappings of actual professional fights and they put it into a fake fight, into an exhibition. So they have a build-up. Oh, they got a whole build-up, 24/7, Jake Paul versus Tank Davis. And then they're having press events. And they're doing everything that actual fighters do before fights. The only problem is when they get in the ring, it's not real. It's on record, an exhibition. So people just got to stop getting lied to and stop saying, oh, man, Tank can get him. Do you know how many times I've read comments online? Because I'm like, I'm out there, people. I'm reading the comments. Right? So I'm reading these comments all over the internet. These fucking idiots don't know what an exhibition is. So they're like, oh, I thought Jake got this. Tank got this. These suckers are going to go buy this shit. I'll watch it just for comedic value because it's going to look extremely fake. I think it's going to look very, very fake. If it happens, because it might not happen. From what I hear, Tank Davis got some charges and some other stuff going on.
My brother, unfixable.
I don't hate your brother.
He made a diss track on you, though.
You know what's funny about your brother? He's going to fight.
You see how much of a clown this guy is? Oh, but he did a diss track. I don't hate your brother, but he did a diss track about you. Like he's trying to push his buttons or something. It's like, come on, kosher guy. I mean, it's okay that you like kosher, right? But stop pretending you're just some hood gangster, all right? These dudes, they got built up on the platform, building them up. I don't know who paid. Maybe their mommy, their wealthy family paid for them to get pushed on these platforms. But to me, these guys are incredibly unlikable, extremely unlikable. But this is the way society works. The very untalented people get pushed the most. I feel like I don't think this guy's very talented. He's not. I don't think he's funny. I don't know. I'm a guy, but I don't think he's attractive. I don't think he's a very attractive man. He's not funny. He's not attractive. He's not entertaining. He's actually more annoying than anything else, but he gets pushed everywhere.
Burnt bridge with my brother, unfixable.
I don't hate your brother.
He made a diss track on you, though.
He made a diss track on you, bro. Look at my bad genetics. Look at those bad genetics. Look at his face. My God. Ugly ass banana head.
You know what's funny about you,
who's also balding.
brother? He's gonna fight fucking Gervonta Davis. It's like when you
He called it a fight. You see that? Another banana face over here.
who do you got? You guys need to fight.
What's up with Jewish people pretending they're hood? Well, I love the Jewish people, but I mean, I'm gonna make a wild guess that most Jewish people, real ones, would disown a guy like this. I've seen it before. I know in some powerful Jewish families, and they got some money. They got some money. They would never accept their kids to be like this. These guys are like fake hood people. This dude, people was born and raised in an upper middle class suburban area. He had money. He was born with money, but he's over here sitting with a fucking gold chain over here, trying to look like he's like part of the I don't know, the Calzone crime family. I have no idea what the Gottis. He's Gotti, John Gotti's grandson.
Same size. You know what I mean? When you fought Floyd, you are massive. You're a massive fucking dude. Floyd's tiny. And I'm sure when you were training, you're like, all right, I'm going to hit this guy with a couple punches and grab him, tie him up. And he did hit you with a fucking bomb of an overhand right one time. And you fucking ate it. You ate that punch. And Gervonta, I think, hits way harder than fucking.
They probably made them wear fucking pillow gloves, and he wasn't trying to hit that guy that hard. But again, look, Floyd can't even punch. He can't punch. He's got brittle hands made of glass. And at that point, he was what, 50? He's like almost 50 years old when he's dancing around with this guy who's a heavyweight, who would be considered a heavyweight in boxing. And he's over here having this little shitty, stupid, fake fight with Floyd, who's a little tiny guy, right? Compared to this Jake, who is this? Logan Paul? Compared to Logan Paul, Floyd is just a little tiny, frail guy, right? He was fighting at 147. This guy over here would die if they said, hey, you got to make 147. He wouldn't even make it to 147. He'd be dead when he hits like 160 probably.
Floyd, but he's too small. I mean, your brother's going to be able to, get inside on him, put his weight on him, tie him up.
But again, you see how dumb this is? Look, if his brother, and I'll give it to Tank Davis, look, and I'll give it to boxers as well. Yeah, I'll give him a little more respect than this. These guys, they go and they train and train and train and they take blows, right? Tank Davis can take a punch. He took a huge punch from Roach and he just kept on ticking. He just came in, right? I don't think there's Jake Paul. If Jake Paul can't hit Tank Davis right on his chin in a boxing match, even in a street fight, possibly, Tank Davis could chin check him and knock him out. I don't know if you've seen this, people, but that little guys can knock out big guys. It happens. A guy like a Tank Davis, who's a professional boxer, who all he does is punch shit all day, right? Punching and punching and punching for years, right? But like over probably approaching, who knows, maybe two decades, right? He's fighting high level guys that do this for a living. So, well, look, if Jake Paul can throw a big punch, Tank Davis will be knocked out. It's like, it ain't that easy. He's a pro. He's just going to tuck. He's going to roll. He's going to slip. He can do all kinds of stuff. So if this was a real fight, which it isn't, and Jake Paul can't impose his size, which he couldn't, because if he can't wrestle Tank Davis, as Jake Paul comes in, boom, body shot, right? He don't have a tight guard. He ain't like slippery. Like Jake Paul's a regular. He's a fucking YouTuber who knocked out some nobodies, and who knows if he really knocked them out? They might have been fake fights. Right? This is an adequate commentary, right? YouTube, right? Jake Paul hasn't fought any real competition, okay? And the competition he has had has been very suspect. We don't know if these guys took dives. We don't know what it is. Again, this is another guy who's muddying the waters because he's mixing in exhibitions with possibly real fights, and then or fake fights or real fights that have real punches, but have certain stuff in the contract that says you can't knock a guy out. Or you can't hurt the guy. All kinds of stuff he has in these contracts. The guy really, in reality, just has fake fights and then has even faker fights, right? Fake fights and then super fake fights. You have fixed outcomes and then you have fights that are 100% fake where the guys are literally not even trying to really punch each other, okay? But they muddy the waters, and so people are very confused, but that's part of what they're doing, right? So we don't know what's what.
Your critique on fighting guys the same size as you. Is that why you guys wouldn't let me fight Connor?
Is that why what?
Again, this is why you wouldn't let me fight. These guys are a bunch of scumbags, snakes, right? He's a little slithering snake pussy. Bro, you're a heavyweight. And then this is very self-serving. He says, well, is this why you guys didn't let me fight Connor? It's like these guys have exhibitions. I'll tell you this, once again, people. In an MMA fight, Conor McGregor would beat the fuck out of this guy. Even in a boxing match, he'd probably beat the fuck out of this guy. Because if it was an actual real contest, he ain't going to take those leg kicks that Conor's going to give him. He ain't going to take those body kicks. He ain't going to take those shins to the head. He's not going to take those elbows to the face. He never been in a real fight, this guy. Because I think if Conor McGregor comes in there and he just steps in with one of these elbows and literally caves his nose into his face, he's going to know that, you know what, I'm going to quit right now. Because he ain't a fighter. That's just what it is. He's not going to take those blows. So it's really shitty for him to come over here and pretend he's some tough guy. But when you grow up in real areas, guys like this get tested because he thinks he's a big badass because this is the new era we live in. And this is what these two scumbags are. When I look at them, all I think of is internet gangster. Like that's all they are, is internet gangsters. And they're bullies because all they do is they go after soft targets, right? It's always a smaller fucking guy or an older guy or a guy who's tough, who's having issues with money, right? A guy like Ben Askren coming in there, end of his career. Guy's all broken. Jake Paul hits him with a fucking overhand. This guy could barely even walk. Then he goes and he has this fake fight with Mike Tyson. And we're supposed to care? This shit is pathetic. It's all pathetic. You guys are fucking clowns. What? Is that why you let me fight Conor McGregor? Why don't you go fight an actual UFC heavyweight, you bitch, right? You fucking pussy. Go fight an actual UFC heavyweight because that's what you are. I'm pretty sure Stipe would have no problem coming out of retirement and laying you the fuck out. I'm pretty sure Daniel Cormier would love to get the payday. He'd lay you out in one round. He'd lay you out one punch. But he want to go and say, I want to fight Conor McGregor, a guy who at his highest fought at lightweight. Actually, I think he fought at welterweight, but he was fat. At his highest, he fought as a fat welterweight, right? But he fought a guy who was a lightweight. Fought Nate Diaz. Nate Diaz is a lightweight. That's the only high welterweight fight that he's had. But this guy over here, people, is a heavyweight in the UFC by UFC standards. So why are you calling out a guy who's a lightweight? Because you're a pussy. That's why. But keep in mind that coke vacuum shot as fuck Conor McGregor with a broken leg, coming off a broken leg, would still beat the living fuck out of this guy. I put money, if they put him in the same ring, this dude would quit in the first round. After the first couple of strikes, he'd take one of those punches to the stomach from Conor, and he'd probably keel over, and Conor would just finish him off right there.
Why you guys wouldn't let me fight Connor?
Is that why what?
Is that why you wouldn't let me fight Connor?
What the fuck are you gonna fight? You're fucking huge. Connor weighs 145 pounds, 155 pounds.
Yeah, but he says he can.
And then he laughs about that. I tell you, people, again, they don't know. They don't know because guys in the street get knocked out even when they're big. Even big guys. You think I'm big? Yeah, but you're not built like Conor is. Conor gets his face split and he keeps fighting. And Conor knows how to deliver all kinds of face-splitting strikes. Elbows, punches, slips. He slips shots, come back. Conor McGregor in MMA is deadly. As much as, he's had kind of a fall, he is a deadly motherfucker in that MMA ring. Because when you throw stuff like what Jake Paul would throw, Conor slips it one punch, boom, and you're down on your ass already. Because he has pretty decent boxing. Right? And now a guy like Poirier can go and take it to him and all that, but those are actual fighters. That's an actual fighter. This guy's just a big weight bully, and he ain't built to take those body shots and all that other shit. These exhibitions he's having versus these nobodies, Floyd Mayweather, yeah, okay. Floyd Mayweather never could punch like Conor does in MMA, okay? Yeah, Conor was throwing, I don't know what the fuck he was throwing in that boxing ring. The odd he can't throw power punches in boxing, but for some reason in MMA, he's laying out guys with one punch. So it's weird. Maybe it's the gloves. I don't know.
Beat me, and I think people would tune in.
But everybody thinks that. I mean, everybody thinks if he said, "I can't beat fucking Logan Paul," I mean, come on.
Who's
gonna say that? He's a fucking professional fighter.
Jake Paul made it official. Jake Paul is fighting Gervonta Tank.
And you see how they keep using the word fighting, right? This is people. This shit should be stopped. The boxing commission should come in and stop this because this stuff is such a scam. You see what they do in the picture there, where they try to make Jake Paul look almost equal height to Tank Davis. Look how pathetic that is. That shit look so stupid. And this motherfucker, he must be selling the buns or doing something because I don't think that many people like this guy. I think this guy in many ways has just imposed himself, and the media has allowed this guy to impose himself into social media and on people. They're pushing him on you. We don't want to see him. He is pathetic. Okay? But again, he is a sign of the times, really. He's a internet gangster, and he's stepped into the world of combat sports. And by combat sports, I mean fake sports. I mean sports entertainment. All right? And I'm sick of the shit being painted as real, because it's not. Right? Now we're raging through the internet, people. We just keep on raging. You're watching Food Sports live on the Real Food TV. This is live. Did I not say it's live? This show is incredibly fucking live. You don't deserve us, you cylinder, YouTube. All right. Crawford matchmakers were terrified of Pacquiao. They were. Recognize the Matrix. He has a video on his page. I remember a long time ago seeing Bob Arum talk about how they didn't want him to fight Manny Pacquiao. They didn't want Crawford to fight Manny Pacquiao because the word around the internet is always that Manny Pacquiao didn't want to fight Crawford and Bob Arum protected Manny Pacquiao. But in reality, it was Bob Arum who protected Crawford. And that's on record. And if you go to Recognize the Matrix's channel, because I saw this video, but I never saved it. He had it. He had the fucking video. He reintroduced me to this video. I'm like, oh, cool, man. That's great that you have it on your page. And it's in there in clear English, right from Bob Arum's mouth. Right from his fucking mouth. And it's true, people. You saw it. I showed you some of the flaws in this Crawford guy. This guy makes tons of mistakes, especially when he's trying to throw power punches, right? When he's trying to throw a power punch. And he makes a lot of mistakes. He falls in, chin up in the air. He overextends himself. The thing is with the Canelo fight is that Crawford was just kind of pawing out his lead hand, trying to get all that extension. And it's just touching, pawing. That's all it is. A lot of it, there was nothing on it. Again, I told you earlier how punches are scored in boxing. It's not just about the amount. It's about the quality. And Crawford really did not have many quality shots. And also, boxing mostly scored on clean, effective punching and ring generalship. And Canelo was the master in both those areas throughout the majority of the fight. That's why I agree with, there was another channel called Exodus Files. You guys should go look at one of their videos. I know YouTube doesn't like me actually promoting anything, right? I just read that earlier. They don't like you promoting anything. Why is that? Because what? Because they need to pay you for promotion, right? You fucking piece of shit. Choking on my own spit. Give me a second. They don't want you to promote anything. That's crazy, isn't it? Unless they're getting the cut of the shit, cut of the action. Go fuck yourselves. All right, so yeah, you got Exodus Files. He said it too. He said what I said, that Canelo won, right? He said Canelo won. Yeah, I agree. And you know who also agrees? Got to say, we showed it earlier. Right. Who won the fight there, Showbiz?
So Canelo Alvarez got robbed.
Yeah, he did. He really did. They were all up on Crawford's balls because Crawford's all on Turkey's balls. All right, people. So we got Tom Aspinall. Halloween. He says he celebrates Halloween by throwing shade at that Gone guy. Isn't that funny? So he's throwing shade. I thought he was just wearing an eye patch, but he's kind of not. He's actually he's sending a joke. Well, all this shows is that you're kind of a bitch. And I understand you're not supposed to get poked in the eye, but shit happens in fights. The fact he's making a joke shows that maybe it's not that serious, right? But I said it earlier, Paulie Malignaggi went the distance, right? After getting eye gouged. Paulie Malignaggi got his jaw broken before in a fight and went the distance. This guy over here is supposed to be, according to Daniel Cormier, the UFC heavyweight champion, is the baddest man on the planet. Well, if he's the baddest man on the planet, why is he quitting? Because he can't see out of one eye. You know how many boxers people out there who get their eyes shut, and the guys they literally will knock a guy out with an eye that's shut or a fucked up eye. There's actually, I think, a fighter in the UFC who actually was signed, and he only has one good working eye. Only one eye. I was shocked by this because I thought if you had only one eye, you couldn't be signed. But they let him. Anyway, Aspinall over here showing his eye patch to kind of like troll people. Aspinall sounds sort of like an ass cream. It's kind of weird. Kind of gross. All right. So Aspinall there, he's poking fun at the people, even though he's kind of hurting his reputation. I feel like I don't think it's good. It's not going to really help the John Jones fight that you quit on an eye poke. And I think John Jones for sure will be gouging Aspinall's eyes if they ever fight. Okay. All right. So it says doctor of Tom Aspinall's doctor on. Okay. On. Sorry. Doctor on Tom Aspinall's eye injury. Big difference between something looking okay and something functioning okay. All right. So they're going on. They're going to make some excuses about functionality of the eye. Okay. This guy says has a video about it. I don't care. I don't care because it's a fight. Shit happens. Yes, it's not a street fight. But Daniel Cormier, once again, you cannot say that these are the baddest men on the planet and that they'll win in street fights and all that, right? When the guy quits, he gets a little poke in the eye and he quits, right? In the street, believe it or not, Daniel Cormier, people put their fingers in your eyes. And so if he was to get a badoink in the eye, what, the baddest man on the planet is going to what? Just quit? But you can't quit. It's a street fight. The guy, it depends on the guy. There's no referee there. You know that, right, Daniel Cormier? Okay? The guy quit. He quit. And I think not to say, he could quit if he got an injury there, but some fighters fight through it. And the tougher they are, they fight through it. And Paulie Malignaggi showed that he is tougher than Tom Aspinall. That's a fact. That ain't even, do we have actual visual proof, evidence, video evidence of it? That Paulie Malignaggi, this little skinny man coming out of retirement, is got more balls than Tom Aspinall. And he was having a fight that was not this big, giant fight. Right? He wasn't having a big fight. He was in like a bare knuckles fight versus some guy who's not even like some crazy big fighter. Tom Aspinall's over here fighting he's fighting his first defense of that title he has that was given to him because he didn't really win it. It was given to him. And so what does he do with it? He gets a badoink in the eye. The fight looked like it was getting really hard. He was having issues. Nose was gushing blood. He's having some issues. He gets a badoink to the eye. Boom. He just quits. And it wouldn't shock me if he sold that shit. And I hear people all over the internet saying that Gane should have been disqualified. Like, people, you got to know the rules. That shit was not intentional. That guy had no reason to poke this dude in the eye. He wasn't losing. He had that dude's nose all bloodied up. He was hitting him with clean punches. He had rocked him seconds before the eye poke happened. That guy Gane had chin checked Aspinall, like rocked him. The dude fell over slightly. And then he smiled. And then he ran charged straight in with his head. He doesn't take his head off the line. He just charges straight in, put his face right into the guy's fingers. And yes, the guy's not supposed to have his hands out like that, right? The fingers. But, shit happens. But my only issue is that he's trying to downplay, kind of in a way, he kind of quit. Yeah, the eye injury, maybe it's inexperience of him. Maybe he's inexperienced. It could be many factors, but I've seen lots of MMA fighters. Even Daniel Cormier got a hellacious eye poke in a fight. I was like twisted. He says he couldn't see the whole fight. Guess what? He finished the fight. He went to the end, right? This guy Aspinall it's not a good sign, people. It just tells me that this guy's going to check out. When the shit starts getting hard to do, when that starts to get hot in that kitchen, Aspinall is going to get the fuck out of there, all right? All right, so we got Shevchenko slams Ronda Rousey for speaking against Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan got a bunch of fucking fanboys, and I like Shevchenko, but I think if Ronda Rousey was to fight her which would be considered a super fight, I think Ronda would choke her out. She wouldn't strike her out because Shevchenko has great striking. But I think Ronda Rousey's ground fighting or judo is far better. But we'd see. It would be interesting. Maybe she's trying to set up a fight here. Shevchenko, maybe. I mean, she did come up and fight Amanda Nunes. Shevchenko fought Amanda Nunes at the higher weight. I think it was bantamweight. I think the same weight Ronda Rousey fought at. It would be an interesting fight, but don't you dare talk badly about Joe Rogan. The guy is such a, what was he like? He's so great for the kids. I mean, he tells them all good things, people. This guy is great. He's such a great example. I'm a great example. You guys ever watch horse porn? I watch it all the time. I do lots of drugs too. Don't talk about Joe Rogan. He's a great example for the kids. You ever saw Joey Diaz, his story about how he fucked a prostitute while she was shitting her pants? Okay, not kidding, but not really kidding. That is something I bet you Joe Rogan would say. They idolize this guy Joey Diaz as just like a big dirtbag. But let's all defend him. All right, got some more Ronda Rousey shit here, right? And this is just more of the same. It's making the rounds all over the internet. So UFC legend Ronda Rousey takes swipe at Joe Rogan in an interview. Okay? So she's laying out the truth. The guy is a fucking scumbag, backstabbing piece of shit. And it's getting pointed out now. It's what it is, Joe. You can't just build someone up and then tear them down. It's not a very nice thing to do, especially to your friends, right? Your so-called friends. This guy, Joe, I think he's supposed to be buddies with Nick Diaz, right? Nick Diaz is good friends with Ronda Rousey. But I think she kind of helped him, turned him into an alcoholic or something. So maybe he's not on good terms with her. I don't know. But he probably should smack Joe Rogan, but he wouldn't, because then he would be disowned by, I guess, everyone. Because look, Joe Rogan, a bunch of degenerate idiots nowadays, they just love the fucking guy. They can't get enough of that fucking dude. I used to watch him years ago, and then I realized how fake he is. Right? Manny Pacquiao confirms negotiations with Floyd Mayweather for a potential rematch between legendary fighters. Floyd Mayweather, people, he's just looking for fucking money. He had that little fake Mike Tyson bullshit. And Manny Pacquiao came into the media recently, and he said that Floyd Mayweather was just trying to make him have an exhibition. And that's the reason why it didn't happen. Dude, no joke. Manny Pacquiao agreed to the exhibition, but he said it has to be scored. The problem with this fight, with this bullshit, is that Floyd was still shook. He knows Manny beat him. And this is why he never rematched him. I mean, and look, it doesn't make any logical sense that they're going to call this guy Money Mayweather. And he just made the biggest payday of his entire career. And what did he do after he made the biggest payday of his career? What did he do? He proceeded to not have a rematch with the guy that gave him the biggest payday of his career. And so what does that tell you? That tells you he's shook and he's scared and he didn't think he won. And then he comes in and he says, oh, it was easy money. Well, if it's easy money, why are you getting your face rocked off? You're sitting up on the ropes, eating 5-6 punches in a row, eating hard body shots, getting hit with all the significant shots, getting controlled. The ring general in this fight was Manny Pacquiao, all right? Manny Pacquiao. Manny Pacquiao with one fucking arm beat this guy with one arm, okay? There's a reason why Floyd didn't rematch Manny Pacquiao. Now, Floyd's coming back to the table like what, over like fucking 10 years later? He waits like 10 years. And then he's still pushing it because he doesn't want, he wants Manny Pacquiao to come in there and make him look good. That's probably what he wants, and that's why this shit didn't happen. And I don't want to see this because this is bullshit. There's no way in hell Floyd Mayweather would beat Manny Pacquiao, okay? Even though Manny's older, Floyd is older. But Manny has both arms working. We saw what he just did in the Barrios fight. I thought he won. And that guy's 30 years old. Put Barrios versus Floyd, see what happens. I bet you Barrios beats the fuck out of him, okay? He'll beat the fuck out of the guy because he don't have that speed in his legs anymore. He could just shoot in for fucking underhooks, okay? You don't have that. He's lost some steps when it comes to that footwork, right? He's not going to be as explosive in his tackling in and grabbing you, right? But I don't want to see this. There's negotiations, and I'm sure they're all going to try to tailor it to Floyd Mayweather because this guy is a fucking pussy coward. He would never take this fight unless he thought he had everything in his, he had everything was going for him, right? It's all for him. It's all serving him, right? He ain't going to have fair fights, especially at this age, right? And I don't think he would even have a fight. He wouldn't. He recently said something about, he would fight Crawford. Look, if he had the legs, he probably could beat Crawford with bedoinks, right? He'd bedoink him to death, clinch him up, hold him. He might be able to do it with him because Crawford is more of a runner. He's more of a runner. He moves back. He sets some traps, but he's not accustomed to guys running away from him, right? Because that's not the guys he fights. He cherry picks, So he's not going to fight a guy that's got amazing movement. That's why you'll never see him fight a Lara or like a very slick, long-armed boxer. No, he's going to fight old Porter, who he has a reach advantage over and a size advantage over and every advantage over. Who knows? Who knows what else? He's going to fight an old Brook. He's going to fight an old Khan, which he had to hit low. He's going to fight all these guys that he knows he's got all these advantages over. And then he's got the judges in for him. He's got the promotion for him. It's all bullshit. But I think Floyd, if Floyd came back and he had a legitimate contest with Crawford, maybe they would be against Floyd, maybe. Because look, he's siding with like Israel and all that. Politically, that guy Turkey all the chicken's not going to align with Floyd, right? He's not. So I think the ball would be in Crawford's court. They would try to make money, and You know, even if Floyd was able to if he was able to do it and beat this guy in points, he would for sure be robbed. He would, even though I despise Floyd. I think they wouldn't even let him beat Crawford. Crawford's got, he's got friends he's got butt buddies in high places. Speaking of Crawford, here's his coach, Bomac, sorry, Big Mac. On the Boxing Voice recently, he had from what I heard, he had a meltdown. I've never seen this video. This is the first time I've seen it. All right, we're going to react to this right now. All right. But before we watch this, remember to subscribe to The Real Food TV. Greatest channel known to man. It's just a fact. It's just an effing fact. Oh, well, this lady looks okay. Is an actual woman on a boxing show? I mean, outside of our amazing show?
I don't know your table. I thought you ordered new one. Okay, no, it's fine. It's fine. I don't know if you have. I will check your table. Okay.
The GOAT.
What's up, y'all?
What up, coach?
No, I'm on the What's up?
How we doing, bomac?
Chilling.
How you doing?
What up?
I'm doing good. Who all on the phone here?
We got Two-Tone, who you asking for, Rico from the UK, who you took a picture with, L Star from Atlanta, and obviously myself.
Okay.
What's up,
all right,
Bomac?
good. Let's get to it.
Now you got the snack cat. That snack cat. He's like, my father does lots of snacks. I like that before the Canelo fight, Tim Bradley pretty clearly exposed Snack and saying that he said about Devin Haney and Brian Norman. He was saying Devin Haney, he could take all the snacks in the world and he ain't going to beat Brian Norman. It's like, huh? Are you calling out Snack saying what? It sounds like he's saying he could take all the performance enhancers and it won't matter. But I think most times Tim Bradley gets all of his predictions wrong. I think Devin Haney will beat Brian Norman in a very boring fight because that style is different from what Norman likes. I think Devin Haney could probably beat Terrence Crawford. People won't like that, but I think he probably could. Because that style is not something that Crawford wants anything to do with. It's not the kind of style he fights. Guys that are fleet-footed, even though he throws all badoinks, Devin Haney, Crawford also throws a lot of badoinks. He got some power on those shots when his gloves are safely, I guess, illegal. He got suspect power at times. Can't knock out Amir Khan, but somehow magically he can lay out, Avanesian with one punch and knock out some other guys with singular punches. All right, but we're just going to watch this. We're going to hear Bomac talk about suspect Crawford, who fights all prime fighters. The guy's the greatest of all time. From what I heard, Bomac got pissed because they weren't praising Crawford.
I mean,
Now,
you going to go.
What's the guy name in hat?
Yeah, that's Tone. That's Tone. Two-Tone, the superstar.
Tone, man, why you always hating on Bud, man?
I've never.
Why you guys always hating on Bud, man? Because he's a cherry-picking bitch. He's done almost nothing in the sport other than get praised for doing almost nothing.
Hated on Bud.
Yo, he beat Canelo. Yeah, not really. Not really. Maybe if you don't know how to score, but if you know how to score.
So Canelo Alvarez got robbed.
Yes, if you know how to score, yes.
Man, stop,
That's
man. I just seen your little, what's the name?
His short with
last
saying
post-
he got
the
19
last
car
post that
accidents.
Boxing. You said what?
The one where he said Bud got Earl off of 19 car accidents.
That's true. It's true. He hates it because it's true.
Exactly. It's like he always moving the goalpost.
He always moving the hamburger. I hate that because I can't reach it. My arms are short. I want to eat that hamburger. And give me my drinks. I want that large Coca-Cola. And don't put ice in it. I want as much soda in me as possible.
Back, man. Everything. Every time you talk about Bud, dog, you always try to move the goalpost back.
Now this guy just filmed his camera with his phone. What the F?
Won't you let the man be great, brother?
He is.
Because he's not great. Why don't you just let the man be great, brother? Because he hasn't done anything great. Bro, he went up multiple weights. Yeah, using steroids. And also, he wasn't small. He was like equal size to Canelo. In some ways, actually bigger. And that ain't prime Canelo. So, look, if he's almost equal size to Canelo or maybe slightly bigger in some ways, why didn't he fight prime Canelo? Because he could have came up 10 years ago, right? And fought prime Canelo. Canelo in Canelo's prime, in his 20s. Nah, I can't do that. Nah, too busy down here getting my face punched off by midgets while I'm dehydrated. But when I do all my juice, now I can go 12 rounds at a much higher weight. It's very suspect, people. It's extremely suspect. Guy is clearly on jet fuel.
Great.
I said he's
Okay, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want you to pull up any saying that you saying about Bud being
I want you to pull up any saying that you saying. What you saying about it? What you saying? You saying things about him?
great without having a back say so about it or some type of small diss. Can you pull it up? Ness, can you pull
Oh, well, this is, look. He talking about haters. You got this motherfucker Bud coming out there before the Canelo fight saying, when Henry Cejudo asked him his list of greatest fighters, right? And then Bud doesn't bring up Manny Pacquiao. So Cejudo's like, well, where's Manny Pacquiao? He's like, well, Manny was good, but I don't think he did it on his own. Meaning that he did steroids, right? This guy has the nerve to say that he did steroids. He has no proof of this, but he says it anyway, right? To kind of shit on him, right? And he does this because Manny Pacquiao far outshines this motherfucker. That's an actual great. He's fighting guys in their prime. Very dangerous guys in a large selection of different styles, heights, everything. Speed differences, fighting big guy after big guy, many guys in their prime, all kinds of great fighters. This fucking guy over here cherry picked his whole damn career, and he does steroids and does shit with his gloves. And he wants to come over here and throw shade at Manny Pacquiao. And he got his coach over here trying to talk shit to them when his own fighter shits on this guy who's a legend who's done far more than his fighter. Right? But you're just a fucking two-face. That's what it is. Just dudes are fake. Crying over there. And again, people, look, he gonna talk shit about Manny, who never tested positive for anything, while him himself, Bud Crawford, is with Victor Conte, one of the biggest, if not the biggest drug pusher in and drug distributors in boxing history, in sports history, right? And you saw him in the Canelo fight. Was that guy clean? I don't think so at all. Not even close to clean. 38 years old, bigger than ever, going on 12 rounds, barely breaking a sweat.
pull it up?
I got
He can't. Dude, it's not like the guy wasn't getting fucking stalked and hit solid, but he's still, he's just never ending gas.
He can't do that. He can't do that because there's not.
Rico, hold on, gang. I got 2 podcasts where I said Bud was top 5 Mount Rushmore, and I came.
What's with this Mount Rushmore? All these fucking idiots saying Mount Rushmore. Mount Rushmore, top 5. Why? Top 5 for doing what? Well, he beat old Canelo, so he top 5. He one of the greatest fighters ever lived. It's like, but Triple G beat Prime Canelo and got robbed, right? But that's the way it works. They got different standards. It's fucking bullshit.
On this show, and I said Bud's top 5. Respectfully, I said it. I said he top 5.
I ain't heard it, so
You ain't gotta suck those balls. I would have told this guy straight up. This is why they need to let me get on these things. Because when this guy starts to open his mouth, bomac, fat mac, when he starts talking this shit about, why aren't you praising him? I tell him exactly why I'm not praising him. These guys come over here, look at him. They're over here like sniveling, trying to please this fucking man. Why do you gotta please him for what? It's like, bro, your fighter ball punched Amir Khan for a fake win. That's what he did, an old Amir Khan. And the tides were shifting. This guy was huffing and puffing, Crawford, versus Amir Khan. But yeah, when he fights Canelo, he don't huff and puff at all, right? Even though he's eating body shots, boom, one after another, eating all kinds of body shots. Wow, with the jet fuel was different on that night.
You right. You might be right, but I ain't heard it. Every time I hear you talk, you're always killing Bud, dog. You're always killing Bud. You always move the goalpost back. And one thing that you said,
he's about to say, you always moving the bowl. You always move the bowl. Cereal bowl. I'm trying to eat that whole bowl. I got the whole box in that one bowl. It's a big bowl.
that I don't like, oh, Bud, get him at the right time, or Bud, get him at the right time. Well, come on, man. Come on, dog.
That's a fact. He doesn't like reality. You want to know why? Because he's delusional.
Oh, it's boxing. It's boxing. It's about who available. It's about
who available at the right time. It's boxing. You just gotta duck and dodge and then wait. And when they get old, you step in and you fight them.
Being the best. Every time Bud moves up from 135, 140,
trick, I got a 9-inch toy
147 to 154 to 168, he gets the champion. He don't get no tune-up fights. He don't ask for tune-up fights. Am I right or wrong?
Oh, he don't get no tune-up fights. That's why he fight Ebenezer. He fighting Ebenezer. He fight Ebenezer. He fought a washed-up Amir Khan. He fought a washed-up Sean Porter. Those aren't tune-up fights. What are those? High-level prime fighters in their prime. All right, one second. I gotta lower my mic. Check. What are those? Those are high-level prime fighters, right, guys? Old Sean Porter, Jeff Horn. That ain't no tune-up. That's a title fight. Yeah, a guy who got robbed. They robbed Manny Pacquiao to basically give Crawford a get out of fighting Manny Pacquiao card, right? Free card. Don't have to fight Manny now. You bypass him by robbing his ass. That's how Bob Arum was able to let his new money, his new cash cow, who later stabbed him in his fucking back, just serves Bob Arum karma there, right? That he stabbed Manny Pacquiao in the back. He didn't let him fucking eat his food there, because that was Manny Pacquiao's food all day. Bud Crawford would be sleeping versus Manny Pacquiao. That wasn't supposed to be Keith Thurman in the ring with Manny Pacquiao. That was supposed to be Bud Crawford. And Manny Pacquiao would have laid him out. You saw the way that guy dealt with Sean Porter? Sean Porter's hitting that guy with everything he's throwing. It's like bam, boom, 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 overhand, boom, right hand, boom. Everything's hitting Crawford in that fight. If that's Manny Pacquiao, he's shooting in with the jab, straight left down the middle, boom. He's coming off the angle, straight left, right into the guy's temple or whatever. Crawford's hurt! And he would have taken him right out. He didn't get to fight him because why? Because these guys dug. They dug. They only pick guys that they know they have all the advantages over.
I mean, Madrimov was a champion.
Am I right or wrong?
Oh, he was a champion. He was a paper champion. He didn't have a real title. It wasn't shit. Madrimov, who he didn't even beat. Crawford didn't beat Madrimov. He did not. That's all. Just people who don't know how to score think that Madrimov lost to Terrence Crawford. The same people that think that Canelo didn't outpoint Crawford. Those are the same people that thought that Crawford beat Madrimov, right? But me and Showbiz don't agree with that. We don't agree with it.
So Canelo Alvarez got robbed.
Exactly. That's what we know.
Am I right or wrong? Madrimov, was he a champion or not?
He was a champion. Yes, he was.
Oh my God.
Okay, all right then. So that
champion of what? What the fuck did he do? He didn't do much of anything. He was a newbie. He was a noob. 10 fights. They chose that guy as like an easy, stay busy fight, make some money. And they didn't win it. He looked like shit. A lot of people, they'll come out and they'll say, he struggled. This is what they say. He had some problems. That's a way of kind of trying to, they're trying to like juice it up and pretend that, oh, well, he had some problems, but he won. No. By problems, you mean he lost. That's the problems he had. He had problems with this thing called winning because he clearly did not win.
Take here's that. What about 47? When he moved up to 47, what'd he do? What did he do?
What did he do? He did nothing. He'd be what? Washed up Amir Khan in his retirement. Brooke in his retirement. All guys dehydrated to death. The guy didn't do shit.
Who did he beat?
He beat nobody. He beat Jeff Horn. Trash. Wait, I need to get my laugh track button in here. I need my laugh track button, don't I? But before we get into the laugh track, you're watching Food Sports Live on the Real Food TV, the greatest channel known to man. If you're new to the channel, remember to subscribe. But remember, people, despite all of our rage, and by my rage, despite all my rage, I'm still on fucking YouTube, and I fucking hate this YouTube shit. But we're going to be branching out some more because this site is shit. So if you want to support the channel, you can donate to the Venmo. It's in the description of every single video. All right? Bomac and Crawford, a team made in heaven. He's fat, and Bud is a piece of shit. I don't know, that doesn't make any sense, but still, look at all those prime guys that they got there. Look at that. Crawford only fights prime fighters. Always. I love him. I only fight prime fighters. Bomac, tell them. Boy, you good. You damn good. Everybody you fight is good. They're all the best, after the best. That's just a fact, boy. And you would never do PEDs. You ain't Manny Pacquiao. There's no proof that he ever did it, but we'll just say he did because we're haters. Bomac, I'm good. I'm great, aren't I? All right. I want next. This is what the old guy's saying. I want next. Give me next. I want it after him. we're the right kind of fighter for Terrence Crawford. He loves to fight guys our age, doesn't he? I want him after. I could beat him. Oh my God, Crawford's done it again. He's beat a senior citizen. All right.
Jeff Horn.
Okay, all right, so he had to defend. He
beat Jeff Horn. Trash. He got to be super dirty. He fought a guy that's almost equal size to him. Manny Pacquiao had to fight Jeff Horn in Australia, in the guy's home ground, right? Home territory. Getting hit with all kinds of elbows and headbutts. All broken up with headbutts and legal shit. Headlocks. Doing all kinds of dirty shit in there. But, Crawford's great. Even though Manny Pacquiao almost killed Jeff Horn. But, no one will ever say that Manny Pacquiao softened Jeff Horn up, right? You know how Floyd used to say, you got my sloppy seconds. Well, did Crawford not get Manny Pacquiao sloppy seconds? Because Manny Pacquiao put that guy in the fucking ER. And immediately after that fight, he went and fought Crawford. Who's to say that Manny Pacquiao didn't soften that fucking guy up? And he definitely did. Because that guy was probably multiple times concussed when he got in the ring with Terrence Crawford. So just like Earl Spence, Terrence Crawford get himself another highly compromised fighter. Now, that's a younger fighter, not a very good one, very dirty one. But Terrence Crawford, no doubt, got himself a softened up Jeff Horn who got his ass whooped by Manny Pacquiao. Manny Pacquiao fucked that guy up so bad, he almost killed the guy. That fight could have actually been stopped. This dude took so much punishment in there, Jeff Horn.
Why he had to defend with the guys that he had to defend with? Because of what?
Why he got to defend with the guys he got to defend with when he defending stuff?
I'm saying, Bomac.
No, just answer my question.
MB1104. Hey, bro, what's up, man?
Question. When he defended his 47 title, he had to defend with those guys because of what?
This reminds me of like what happened with Floyd Mayweather. You know how he went on that show and they exposed him and he kept crying. Like, nothing this guy says is going to change this. Only in the minds of idiots. The fact is that Terrence Crawford done a lot of cherry picking his whole career. And there's nothing that's going to change that because he's made his bed. Now he has to lay in it. When you go and you actually do proper analysis of his career, you start to notice a lot of problems.
What do you mean? Because
they wouldn't fight him. He wants you to say because they wouldn't fight him.
On the other side of the street.
Because they wasn't on the
trying to get around the question. Anybody else on the panel? Can y'all answer that question?
I can, but it's because it's because they were on the other side of the street, Bomac. That's what.
Okay.
Thank you.
Other side.
That's just such a great excuse and cop out, right? Because they're on the other side of the street. Well, he was able to. He had an opportunity there, people, a window to go to these to the rival promoter, right? And he didn't do it. And this whole other side of the street thing, I want you to know, is absolute bullshit because Bob Arum has worked with other promoters numerous times. So why is it that this guy could never fight those guys across the street? What is it? He's going to keep blaming the promotion, but that's bullshit. That is absolute 100% bullshit. Because I could pull up a huge list of fights where Bob Arum has worked with other promoters. It's a lie. It's a cop-out. And this guy has no loyalty to anyone. He's a piece of shit. Bob Arum protected him, and in the end, this guy comes out, and he just takes a big old shit on Bob Arum. Right? He goes and he sues the guy. He calls him racist and all that. But, dude, he protected you. What the hell? And then in the end, somehow magically, Crawford's able to cross the street now, right? When he goes and he gets rid of his promoter. Maybe because he wanted more money. Maybe that he wanted a bigger cut of the money. I don't know if he's getting a bigger cut. Who knows? I don't think he really is. Because he only got, from what I heard, he got around 10 mil to fight Canelo, which is, a lot of people would consider that kind of low for a fight like that. But what I think it really was is it wasn't that he couldn't go across the street. It's that he didn't want to go across the street. And this whole thing about going across the street is a perfect cop-out and a perfect excuse. The truth is that he's a cherry-picking bitch. Because even when he was with Bob Arum, he was cherry-picking everything. All right? He's fighting those guys way late. Way, way late. He was able to make these fights when they're all old. Okay? Well, why is it that it just doesn't make any sense, people? Look, Bob Arum, on record many, many times in the boxing history, has worked with many promoters. So this whole cross the street thing is 100% bullshit.
And the whole time, Bud was asking for all those guys. Am I right or wrong?
He was asking for all of them because it makes him look good because he's self-serving. He can go and pretend he wants to fight them all while not fighting them. Oh, that's like Floyd Mayweather, right? How he came out, he said, I want to fight him and fight him. They all say this, people. Boots wants to fight. Boots says he wants to go and fight, what's his name? Ortiz. Has it happened yet? No. Boots says he wants to fight everybody. Did he fight any of them? No. Because he needs to save his reputation. Because his reputation is tied to his bottom line. If the people just think he's ducking, that can hurt his marketability. Okay? So he has to come out there and say, yeah, I'm going to beat the fuck out of Bivol one day. I'll beat his ass.
Yeah,
Right.
Bud did ask for all those guys. But, I mean...
Wow, but he didn't get them because he had no intention of getting them. While he was asking for them, he was fighting Avanesian and Jeff Horn and whatever other bum he was fighting. Other bums that lined them up with.
You said...
Even that fucking... what's his name? Madrimov fight was a fucking cherry pick. It's a cherry pick gone wrong because he lost. He thought that was the easiest option at that weight. Why didn't he fight any other guys? Why? Because he thinks they might have knocked him out. They might beat the shit out of him. That's why.
You said he fight who available. Jerron Boots Ennis available?
My layers panel is looking like a total mess.
All right, they got a commercial. This is not adequate commentary, right? YouTube. Again, I need to just have wide eyes staring at the screen. Just wide-eyed staring at the screen, all right? We're going to watch just a little bit more of this, and we're going to move on. We got some other stuff we're going to talk about before we get out of here. I don't know how long I've been here, but I'm going to have to leave soon. And then we'll probably come back tomorrow and finish the show. I got a lot of stuff to talk about.
To fight down. Why you want to go back? Why is Bud got to go back and go fight those guys? Why Bud got to go back? When they offer him to fight,
Why are we looking at this guy's ass crack the whole time? Can he not, like, show his face? Why is everybody showing their face and he's showing, like, his ass crack? Come on, Bomac, what the hell? Why is your ass in the camera? What the F? All right, wait a second. What the hell am I... Oh, God.
Said no. I think it was twice. Why he got to go? Okay, you missed your shot. You missed your opportunity. You missed the money. That goes along for anybody else that's in the game. They just said that about Muay Thai. Now he got to fight Cruz because what? He missed opportunity to defend his title or against somebody. Oh, his volunteer. Now he got to go fight his mandatory. He could have had the bag on November the 22nd. He could have had the bag. But what he do? He waited it out. He waited it out. He waited it out.
You guys always like to shit on everyone else. Again, they talked all that shit about Manny Pacquiao, and yet these fucking guys do steroids, and they duck fights. Everybody this guy got, Crawford, was all shot. Any guy that he fought that was half decent was shot. And his wins are kind of garbage. Because that guy there, Sean Porter, was never super high level. He was B level at best. Amir Khan was B level at best. And you got two guys there that actually ducked Manny Pacquiao, especially Amir Khan. He didn't want no Manny Pacquiao in his life. So this guy's fighting everybody's sloppy 15, sloppy 10ths, right? This guy over here, Amir Khan, got knocked out so many times. He's at the end of his career. He ain't nothing. This guy's career, when you really look at Crawford's career, it's garbage. He's never fought a guy in their prime, ever. Even if you believe he beat Canelo, that is not a prime Canelo. That guy I said it. I made many videos about it. He's at the tail end of his career. I kept saying it over and over again. Tail end, tail end. That means he's at the end of his career, the very end. And that's where Crawford always strikes. He always gets these guys at the very end. Oh, and that's just a coincidence, huh, guys? That just happened. It just happened that way. It just happened organically that way. No, that's the way he builds it because he's a cherry picking bitch. And I've seen there was a rap star, this guy from this group Onyx. He was doing responding to a question they asked him about who he thought was going to win this Crawford Canelo fight, and he said Crawford waits like a vulture or a wolf. He says he waits for you to get weaker, and he said this in a positive. So even this rap guy who barely watches boxing sees it, that the guy's a fucking cherry-picking bitch who waits for all his opponents to age out, to get old, to go through wars, to not look very good. I mean, look, we saw Canelo struggling with John Ryder. I said this a long time ago. That's a sign of decline. Prime Canelo's not having issues with a guy like that.
He got to do fight. He got to fight because Eddie Hearns won the purse bid, so he got to fight him. But he had an opportunity.
All right, so we're going to shoot ahead. This is just going on too long. There's a lot of stupid shit. Now, the guy's not really making a case, I feel like, for his fighter.
Would have spun that block back.
Listen, the negotiations did fell apart, partner. Only reason why the negotiations got back together is because Bud initiated the fight. He initiated the fight. Did Errol initiate the fight? I'm gonna tell you what. I'm gonna tell y'all something that y'all don't know.
Errol Spence, a guy that fell out of a car onto his head. Well, Bud couldn't initiate the fight when he was with Bob Arum. Bob Arum, the guy who's worked with many promoters, including, I think he's actually worked with PVC. Am I wrong? I think Bob Arum's actually worked with PVC before, right? Wasn't Floyd Mayweather with PVC when Floyd fought that fighter named that Manny Pacquiao, who was with Bob Arum?
Bud had to school Errol about the fight, about what he needed to do in order for it to get the fight, because he didn't know. See, y'all don't know that. Y'all didn't know.
Yeah,
that.
what you don't know, buddy, is that you can't change the past. You made your bed, now you lay in it. Okay, you guys, you took a big old piss and shit in your bed, and you're gonna lay in that shit, because anybody that actually looks at the sport knows you ain't no all-time great. In reality, they shouldn't even put your ass in the Hall of Fame because you're a cherry-picking bitch. Just another in a long line of cherry-picking pussies. That's really what it is.
Yeah, y'all don't
That's
know.
why this guy, Terrence Crawford, they're talking about he's going back down in weight. No, bro, if you're the king at 168, why aren't you fighting the contenders at 168? Because I know Canelo was expected to fight the contenders. So why aren't you fighting even one? He wins his titles, supposedly, whatever you want to say, it's unification bullshit. And he goes and he doesn't fight anybody at the weight. He didn't even defend the thing even once. But he gets to be called one of the greatest of all time. Yeah, he didn't even defend the titles he won. Undisputed. Yeah, okay. It's heavily in dispute. And I know in the UFC, if you go up in a weight class like Conor McGregor did, and he went up in weight, he went up multiple weight classes, he beat a guy at lightweight, and he never defended the title. He never defended any of those titles. So you could never say that guy's the undisputed, right? Champion of the division. Because to be a champion in a division, you need to beat multiple contenders in that division. That's the standard of greatness in a division, is beating multiple top level fighters in that division. It isn't you just coming up at the end of a guy's fucking career when he's gone down a couple of steps, because he's had a much harder career than you and a couple more, and by a couple, I mean over 20 more fights than you versus higher level competition in better condition at better times in their career. And he's fighting them over the course of over almost 2 decades. And now you come and swoop in at the very end and you're going to act like you could just take everything that guy's gotten. That's some scam artist, dirty bullshit. And that's what they've been doing for a long time in boxing, where they let these motherfuckers come in there and fight like fucking trash. Just throw up smiles. Just smiling and throw a little touch. Ba-doink. And boom, you got that round. You got that round. He had a nice twinkle in his eye in that round. He got appointed, and he wasn't the ring general, his opponent was, but he wins that round because he smiled at the end after he ate a big right hand. He ate that right hand. He ate it good, and he smiled. So I'm giving Crawford that round. Canelo landed this bomb on Bud's face, but Bud smiled, and I saw a little twinkle in his eye, and he smiled. He ate that. I'll give that round to Bud.
Do the negotiations, say, listen here, do this and do that. Y'all don't know that. All y'all see is this, Bud this, Bud that, Errol this, Errol that. Y'all don't see that.
You guys still going on about this Errol Spence shit. It's like, bro, the guy fell out of a car onto his damn head at over 100 miles per hour. That ship had sailed way before that bullshit fight was made. That guy was out years before that fight was made. Back in 2019, that guy got into a crazy auto accident, got fucked up, was seriously injured. He probably should have never even came back to boxing. He only came back because Bob Arum wanted his, he wanted his, what do you call it, his pound of flesh. He's like, bro, you owe me more money. Give me more money. And he probably had those soft touches, guys. Not supposed to hit him too hard, right? That's probably what they did. The shit is very suspect, very corrupt. He wanted his big money. And then at the end, they sold Earl's ass to Terrence Crawford, right? That's what they did. They sold his ass. That's why he had all the favoritism was for Crawford. It gave all the benefit in that fight went to Crawford. He was clearly the A side. I mean, they're over here. They're pulling. At one point in that fight, the ref, Bud Crawford. I mean, not Bud Crawford. Earl Spence had Crawford up on the ropes and was beating on him. And the referee literally grabbed Earl Spence by both his arms and pulled him off. And I'm gonna go and put that in a short so people can see it, because there was clear favoritism in that ring on that night. Who knows what Crawford got away with those gloves? Because we know he likes to do special things with those gloves.
That's all y'all, man. Man, please do stop hating on Bud. Stop hating on him. The man that proved this point.
Stop hating on Bud. We don't need standards in boxing. We don't need standards. We just make them up. And like, if a guy, he cherry picks his whole career, stop hating. Just tell him, just say he's as good as all the actual legends. He's just as good. We don't need standards, bro. We don't need standards. It's just lie. Let's just lie and not look at the history of the sport and just say he's all-time great. Because he's so great, but he's done nothing great. He's done nothing great, but he is great. That makes perfect sense. And then people will tell me, dude, he beat Canelo. He's great. Well, he beat a guy who's 5'7", a guy that was fighting big guys. The stuff that Canelo did was actually shows him to be better than Crawford, because he's fighting longer, taller, different styles his whole career. And guys, many guys that are of a higher caliber than the ones that Crawford's fighting. So that would be considered very good or great, if you want to call it. This guy over here, cherry picking his whole fucking career, has no right to call himself great. He doesn't. We got to go by the actual definition of the words and actually, protect the history of the sport. You're just throwing everybody in the fucking Hall of Fame. It's terrible. Stupid. This guy hasn't done much in his career. His career is a big old dud. And that's why they got to build him up with a bunch of media hype bullshit. Guys getting parades and all this shit. What has he done?
He
got Canelo in a fight that he should have lost. I mean, he won. He definitely won it.
So Canelo Alvarez got robbed.
Yeah, he did. He did.
And over and over again, you always going to be that one type of person that's going to say, man, well, Bud didn't need to do this. Well, Bud didn't need to do that.
Blah, 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 blah. Pacheco would retire Crawford. Yeah, man. Yeah, definitely. I mean, Pacheco's got a little more craft to his game, like I'm saying, but he would never fight Pacheco. That's the thing. Crawford's, he's ducking and diving, right? That's what he's doing. He's cherry picking. That's all he does is cherry pick.
You that type of person, partner. I promise you that.
I promise you, partner. It's like, Bomac, why do we have to look at your ass crack the whole time you're having this interview?
Nah, coach. No. Heavy is the head.
Stop, man. Stop.
Heavy is the head
Stop,
that wears
brother.
the crown. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. Hold on. Canelo fought Triple G 3 times. Canelo fought Laura. We still want him to run the squabble with David Benavidez. What are you talking about?
There you go, bro. There you go. That's all he had to say. He's starting to get on the offensive. They're over here taking this shit from this guy. Right, bro? You know boxing. If you know boxing, why are you going to take this from this guy? So it looks like this is the first time I've ever seen this video, but it looks like they're getting on the offensive. The lady's laughing. She's smiling. He's over here. I think they're starting to feel it. They're like, what the fuck? You going to talk to us like this? You think we don't know what the fuck we're talking about? Well, obviously they know some, but not as much as me, but they know a little bit. Remember to subscribe to the Real Food TV. Yeah, you see this guy over here, he's kind of smiling. He's like, yeah, bro, you full of shut the fuck up. We know what we're talking about.
Hey, listen, that's him. That's him. That's Canelo. Canelo can do what the fuck he want to do, partner. He didn't prove his
partner
self in the game. He proved that the mother got a million. He probably a billionaire by now. He can do what he want to do in the game. Bud got to a point to where he can do what he.
Dude's such a fucking liar. He sounds like his mama. That's probably what it is. He had a hood ass mama. His daddy probably wasn't there. That's what Bomac acts like. He's like,
he want to do.
Crawford couldn't do what he wanted to do, right? That's bullshit. The guy was getting so much push in the media. He was never a star, but yet they pushed him like crazy.
What he want to do, he can fight who he want to fight. He can go fight fucking, he can go fight your ass next week and still get paid.
Y'all turn into the very thing that y'all hate. Y'all turn into the very thing that y'all hate. When Bud Crawford was on the lower scale, y'all was saying, oh, they doing Bud wrong. Now that y'all at the top, y'all doing the same shit that y'all hate. When did Bud become bigger than the program? Canelo ain't bigger than the program.
Listen. Bud fought his way up to the top. Didn't nobody give Bud shit.
Does anybody not use a pop filter? This is what this sounds like to me. But what him talking, this is what it sounds like to me. That's what it's like. Do you guys have a pop filter or something? Hopefully, I don't sound like that.
Didn't nobody give Bud.
That fucking phone is covered in spit. It's just like globs of spit all over it, just coming down, people. It's crazy. It's crazy. Someone spit on that damn phone.
Shit, he had to fight and earn his way to the top. He had to earn his way to where he at right now. Nobody gave him that. Nobody gave him that. You tell anybody else that wants to fight Bud, you get in fucking line. You earn your fucking shot. Whatever the case gotta be.
But Canelo gave him a shot.
You always trying to move the goalposts on Bud. I'm about to
HBO should fire your ass.
This conversation though, but partner, I want to tell you, you're wrong, man. You're wrong. Every time Bud come out your mouth, it's always negative. You would say
because Bud ain't too good. His career is kind of garbage. That's the problem. Boxing fans are very disappointed in how shitty his career is. Look, he got that whole division of 154 just sitting there. And what does he do? He beating a bunch of washed up guys at 147. Washed up. Now at 38, magically, he just keeps up. He gets extra muscle mass. He goes up in weight and he fights an old Canelo. Where he got all the guys on his dick. He literally holding hands with this multi-billionaire who everyone is calling Your Excellency. That's his friend. This guy is like a fucking, he's like a deceptive woman. That's all I see with that guy. That's why I say it. The guy, he ain't just backed up because he ate beef, okay? This guy is like a perfect snake where he gets in there. He puts himself in a really good position in multiple ways. And for Turkey, what Turkey would consider a very good position. And he gets him. You notice this, right? You don't see Canelo holding no fucking hands. And then he goes in there. He got everything built for him. Commentators, probably the ref, even the ref. Crawford, I remember Canelo had this fucking guy up on the ropes. Crawford shoots him with his head. Probably to headbutt Canelo. He gets the worst of it, Crawford. Now the referee comes in to protect Crawford, and he's like, right? He does this little crying act. Canelo's looking at him like, what the fuck, bitch? What are you doing, bitch?
Good things, but then you'll follow up with something negative that you want to see because you the hater.
What I'm saying is this guy always finds the right position, Crawford. That's what he does. He waits for the perfect time. From his own mouth, he could have made one. That's his weight. He said 168 is his weight, right? This guy's not even in his athletic prime anymore. So to tell me that the guy couldn't make 168 10 years ago is retarded. He's almost 40. He probably definitely could have made 168 comfortably 10 years ago or eight years at the least, right? Or maybe even less. Maybe he couldn't wait. Anyway, 10 years. 10 years. He could have made it 10 years ago. But why didn't he do it? Why? Because there's competition. He could have gone to 154 many years ago. He could have gone to 160, but there's too much competition. There's prime guys at those weights at that time. Guys like Charlo, right? There's even guys, 168. There's some dangerous guys there. At 154, there's loads of dangerous guys. This dude is a bitch, and he's just been hiding down at those low weights, fighting midgets and washed up guys. That's his legacy. And then fighting an old Canelo and getting a robbery win, okay? Now, some people say, oh, no, it's not a robbery. Yeah, because you don't know shit.
So Canelo Alvarez got robbed.
Exactly, Showbiz.
You the fucking hater, dog. I promise you that. And I can't believe that the way that you think about another brother, you sad, brother. You sad.
Now he makes it about race. That's so funny. It's so funny. You saying that about another brother? The masters, they came in for 400 years. We've been oppressed. Now we can load our gloves. we fight washed up fighters. We make all this money off the white man, right? We hate the white man, but we make money off the white man.
Hey, if I ever see
it's just stupid, people. It's just dumb.
If I ever see you, dog, I'm gonna tell you in your face, You're sad. You're sad.
he debates like a lady. No offense, ladies. I know Bob is amazing. But Bob, round one of bullshit. No, there's not round one. There's many rounds. Why doesn't that lady say anything? Why is this a panel with only two people talking? What the F? What the F is happening here? And the N-word's not even being used once. I mean, look, if you're not using the N-word at least 15 times a minute, are you even black?
You're sad, dog. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. And I hope somebody listens to this podcast. I hope somebody listening to this interview to know and put it out there. You're sad, brother. You're sad. You ain't no boxing fan. You're a straight hater. You're a straight hater.
Y'all don't want to fight Boots. I'm sad because y'all ducking Boots. How am I sad because y'all ducking Boots?
God damn it.
Break free with the new.
Oh, wait. Did he hang up? Oh my God, what a lady. Did he fucking hung up the phone? You said. You imagine him sitting there with his 500-pound body sitting in a chair eating 3 candy bars at the same time. He's like, he has like a fistful of candy bars because he can't just eat one at a time. He's got to peel them all like a banana, obviously. And then he's just like eating them all at the same time, like 3 or 4 candy bars in one fist. He's just like, while he's doing that, he's on the phone screaming into it, spit and chocolate chunks flying all over the phone. He's like, you said, boy, you ain't even black. Are you even black? You gonna talk about another black man? You say. It's like, shut up. He's not disproving anything. Okay. What they called out on this guy is what the facts are. This guy's having a meltdown because no one's praising his butt buddy.
Another brother? You sad, brother. You sad. If I ever see you.
So I guess he hangs up. So he's saying you sad while we're having to look at this guy's ass crack the whole fucking time. What the hell, Bomac? Put it in your pants, you fucking dirty pig.
If I ever see you, dog, I'm going to tell you in your face, you're sad. You're sad. You're sad, dog.
Imagine a big fat guy came up to you. You sad. You said, Bomac, how's it going, man? You say.
Be ashamed of yourself. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. And I hope somebody listens to this podcast. I hope somebody listens to this interview to know and put it out there. You're sad, brother. You're sad. You ain't no boxing fan. You're a straight hater. You're a straight hater.
Y'all don't want to fight Boots. I'm sad because y'all ducking Boots.
Oh, wait. At the very end, he stopped showing his ass. Is that what it was? He stopped showing the ass crack. So, hey, Bomac, is Crawford a hater when he talks shit about Manny Pacquiao, calling him a drug cheat when Crawford himself is clearly a drug cheat? Okay, so even if you believe Manny Pacquiao was a drug cheat, that drug cheat done a lot more than what your boy Crawford did. Okay, he done a lot more than him. Manny Pacquiao, when he reached the age of 29, he could have retired right there, and he would have been just levels above your fighter in accomplishments. Okay? Because by the time Manny Pacquiao hit welterweight, he had a world of accomplishments. Fighting all kinds of guys and prime guys and devastating style, knocking these guys out. Crazy displays of boxing talent. It was ridiculous. And accomplishments. Tons of them. Your guy over here, his greatest achievement is at 38 years old. And somehow magically this small man who fought for the majority of his career at a smaller weight is somehow able magically at 38 to go all the way to 168 and be as big, if not bigger, than the guy who was there for many, 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 many years. Okay? And then he goes and he gets this fake win versus Canelo Alvarez.
So Canelo Alvarez got robbed.
Yeah, he gets his fake win, and then out of nowhere, we're supposed to praise this motherfucker from now to the end of time. Shut the fuck up.
How am I sad because y'all ducking Boots?
And then he talks about Boots. Who the fuck is Boots? Who cares about Boots? Yeah, Boots might beat him. I mean, because, come on, look, Bud ain't that hard to find. You saw the overhand Canelo hit him with. That shit was easy. The guy just literally walked straight in and boom, and just popped him on his head. They have the nerve right now to say that this guy would beat Triple G. Now, since he got this BS performance versus Canelo, they say he can beat Triple G. It's crazy. It's just crazy. That's what you call delusion, right? And I called it. I said this guy is very easy to find. It's not that hard. There's a lot of problems with Terrence Crawford. He ain't super duper duper high level. He's all right. All right, so we got this fight that happened a few days ago. It looks like they might be having a rematch between Fabio and what's his name, Parker. It says Fabio Wardley scores controversial TKO of Joseph Parker late to earn second interim heavyweight crown. Okay, so he's interim. I'm assuming he's maybe fighting Usyk next. I thought the stoppage was, I would say, bullshit. I thought it was kind of bullshit. I think the reason you stop a fight, people, a boxing match, is not to give the guy, every benefit. And the one who gets the benefit here is Wardley, because he was the one who was way down on the cards. Many of these rounds, Parker looked like he was completely in control. It looked like at any moment Parker might knock him out. So Wardley, he throws the Hail Mary, he throws some punches, he lands some decent shots. It looks good in the picture here, but just because you clip a guy with a decent shot doesn't mean that you call the fight. Look at this. You see in the sign right here, round 11. This fight was clearly going towards Parker. I mean, he was winning the majority of these rounds. And he was working hard, winning these fucking rounds. And so you don't come in there and just because you want to build a story, I guess, you give this other guy the fight, right? And people will say, well, no, he was protecting him. You don't need to protect the fighter when the fighter is protecting himself. The job of the referee is to protect the fighter from himself, right? Or to protect him from sustaining very serious damage or possible death, okay? You got this guy over here, Parker, got clipped with a decent shot. He's using the ropes just like a guy like a Shakur Stevenson or Floyd, right? Well, he don't get to use the ropes, huh? So he gets a little rocked up, and he's using the ropes. He's bouncing back on him. He's slipping. He's rolling. He's doing a lot of evasive maneuvers, and this guy Wardley could barely hit him with a solid punch, right? He's clipping him a little here and there, nothing too solid. And there was some cheap stuff in there because Wardley a couple of times was holding the back of Parker's head and hooking, throwing shots while hooking the back of his head, which the referee instantly should have stopped the action and said, don't do that, okay? You cannot clip this guy and then cheat your ass off, right? You can't do that. You got to hit him within the rules. All right, so he does this. 1 second. So this guy Parker, he's rolling, and he's clearly not, he's maybe slightly stunned, but he's clearly there. He's defending himself, and he's defending himself effectively. So at the end, the last exchange of the fight, he's up on the ropes like this. This guy's pushing on him, as you can see, with his left arm. He's trying to keep him there. And Parker's slipping, and he's doing all kinds of stuff. And at moments, he's actually throwing back, even though he's slightly wobbled maybe. He's throwing right hands, and then he's going back to the corner. He's rolling some more, right? He's letting this guy throw all these punches. And this might actually shift the fight back towards possible knockout for Parker. Who knows? You never know. But this ain't like the AJ Klitschko fight, where Klitschko also in that fight, I thought that was an early stoppage. But that's maybe a little more understandable because he had a very small opening of where he was avoiding some of these shots. And he was hit with a really, really, really big shot before that, and he was dropped, okay? But I think that was also an early stoppage in that fight, the AJ fight, Klitschko, AJ. This was way worse because this Parker was winning very clearly. This was not really even that much of a back and forth fight. Parker was winning the majority of the rounds. And so he's getting, it's a good fight, but it was mostly one-side traffic, mostly Parker winning. And so Parker's over here. He gets clipped with a shot in the 11th. This guy needed everything because he knows he's losing. This guy avoids almost everything that Wardley throws on the ropes, right? Referee steps in, boom, just stops the fight. It's like, what are you doing? Yeah, you get clipped with a shot, but most of these shots, he's defending himself. You don't need to stop a fight when a fighter can defend themselves, effectively defend themselves. That's just a gift. And that's why they're talking about a rematch. It really sucks for Parker because this guy, he should have been fighting Usyk a long time ago. I don't know what the fuck they're doing. They basically threw Dubois in there. The Dubois people ducked Parker. He ducked him. So he ducks him. He gets fucking 2 Usyk fights, and this guy can't even get one. Now he got to go fight this young guy. This guy thinks this guy's younger than him. He's tall. He's long. He's pretty athletic. He got a little speed on Parker. I think Parker very clearly beat him. He was beating him, outpointing him, all kinds of stuff, hurting him. And what do? He gets the short end of the fucking stick and gets robbed. Now they're trying to double dip this shit and they're trying to do a rematch. Can this guy ever fight Usyk? Can he just let it fucking happen already? I just hate to see it, But anyway, not a big fan of that stoppage. I mean, cool for Wardley that he came in there. He tried to get the finish. That's what you want to do. But he didn't get the finish. The finish was given to him, okay? All right, disrespectful. I'm going to pull up the phone real quick before we get into the next stuff, but we're going to have to get out of here soon, people. The show's running a little longer than I wanted it to go, but, you know, we're new, people. And we're not new. We're back. We're back in a big way. You're watching Food Sports Live on the greatest channel known to man. Remember to subscribe and donate to the Venmo, people. It's in the description of every one of our videos here.
So Canelo Alvarez got robbed.
All right, so there's my hand. All right, this is just more about the Fabio Wardley fight. All right, Fabio Wardley weighs in on Joseph Parker rematch after controversial fight ending. All right, so they're talking about the rematch. It should be good. I'm pretty sure it'll make more money than the first fight. So they're double dipping. That's what they're doing. I mean, I think they robbed the guy. I think he got robbed on that early stoppage. It's a hard fight. You don't want to do that to a guy when he's fought that hard and he's right there. He's one round from winning the fight, and you go and just boom, you just take it from him. Right? I mean, I understand if the guy was getting a hellacious beating and he's rocked and he's going to hit with continuous punches and he's not capable of defending himself, then you stop the fight. You know, but this guy's not getting beat up to that point where it's just like you watch it and it's like painful to watch. No, I saw a guy who's a very crafty, intelligent fighter who's using the ropes the way they're supposed to be used. Not like these other motherfuckers that sit on the ropes all day just trying to make a guy miss and gas him out, you know? He is kind of gassing him out, but he's using the ropes when he has to use them, okay? That's why he's able to kind of rock back in a way that's unnatural. And he's taking a lot of weight off this guy's shots. And almost everything this guy threw, Wardley, was like hitting arms and gloves and just grazing. You know, every once in a while, there's something in there, sort of a little more pop on it, like it's landing a little more than fist. But for the most part, those shots were not landing solid. And this guy was pissed when the referee just stopped it like that. I mean, he literally like evaded like 3-4 shots in a row, and the ref stepped in and stopped it. All right. Okay. Kinahan gets sanctioned all. Is that what? I don't know what that word says there. I think, is that off? Something. All of a sudden, Turkey appears. Gets of a sudden. Okay, and do exact playback. Kinahan and MTK. Is that what that says there? Sorry, man. This text is very small. MTK. MTK. We're going to do. It's obvious if you look into it. Who's still helping advise Turkey? This disgraceful stoppage. Sorry. I need better text, people. I need better eyes. I'm gonna look into getting glasses. No joke. But sorry, I read that so weird and broken. But yeah, I don't know anything about Kinahan, but I'm gonna go look him up, man. Thanks for letting me know. I'm gonna look him up later. That's one promoter. He's a promoter, right? So anyway, it looks like they're gonna be having their rematch. Okay, 1 second. All right. And some other news, this is on a side note. This ain't really has anything to do with combat sports, but we have to throw you a curveball from time to time. I just thought it was kind of funny. They have Clinton. You see him. He's got this tape on his nose. Maybe because is he a big cokehead? Ah, damn it. They don't have they had like a picture of him and he had tape all over his nose. I thought it was funny. All right, so it says Bill Clinton spotted a New York City marathon with bandaged nose while cheering on daughter. Okay. But his daughter's a runner with the F. But yeah, it was supposed to be kind of funny because he had like he had tape on his nose, but that didn't show the tape. And we got more BS in not so combat sports. A Bad Bunny, petition against Bad Bunny gains 100,000 signatures. I feel like this is just government psyop bullshit because I think most people don't even give a shit about the halftime show. They're just trying to build this guy up on controversy. It's like, oh my God, we're supposed to like him. He's such a rebel. It's like, when in reality, it's like, who gives a shit? Do you know what most people do when the halftime show comes on? They go and they don't want to watch it. They go take a leak. The halftime show's garbage every year. Okay? And this whole stupid narrative that the country's super duper racist because he's Spanish. It's like last time I checked, Ricky Martin. I think Ricky Martin might have played the freaking Super Bowl. Am I wrong? But anyway, everyone loved Ricky Martin, right? They all love Ricky Martin. Living la vida loca. The whole fucking country liked that guy, right? And he's very Spanish. He's very gay. And he's also Puerto Rican. He's just like Bad Bunny, supposedly Puerto Rican. Even though he looks strikingly like Screech, I wouldn't be shocked if he likes kosher a lot. You know what I mean? And that's okay. You know, that's okay. I have no problem. He likes kosher. It's fine. I have no problem with kosher. I love kosher people. Okay? But they're building that guy up on controversy. That's the thing with Ricky Martin. I guess he was just more wholesome. More wholesome and probably more attractive. That could be another reason they build him up, because it's not very hard to build up a guy like that, right? He's talented, and he's, a lot of women thought he was attractive, I guess. All right, so Haney says he dropped Ryan Garcia's lawsuit, never wanted it in the first place. All right, so Devin Haney's just trying to save face, I think. Maybe he didn't want it. Maybe it was his dad setting up. And yeah, in some ways, obviously the beating he took hurt his marketability. It for sure did, and I think the lawsuit probably hurt it more. That's the thing. I think he's trying to resurrect his career with this Brian Norman thing, but I don't think it'll work, because I think he's going to fight in a very cowardly style, and he's just going to look stupid. But because, look, the Diva age is coming to an end. That Floyd Mayweather shit doesn't work. Not anymore. It's losing its potency. It doesn't work anymore, right? Even that undefeated shit doesn't mean much. Like, you look at Terrence Crawford, most people don't give a shit about him. He supposedly has an undefeated record. I think he's lost multiple fights. One of them was the Canelo fight.
So Canelo Alvarez got robbed.
He also lost the Madrimov fight, right? And there's probably some other fights where he got pointed in the past, but he's fighting bums, so you never know. He was losing the Brook fight before he landed the one punch. But yeah, the guy's got a hype career. No one cared about that undefeated. That's coming to an end. Devin Haney supposedly has on paper, he has an undefeated record on paper. And who cares? It doesn't mean anything. Got his ass whipped by Ryan Garcia, and they got the shit overturned. It's ridiculous. I could bring up all kinds of other fights where guys popped after a fight and they didn't overturn the decision. So, but anyway, it doesn't matter, because like I said, the thing is that Devin Haney, if he doesn't knock Brian Norman out or beat the fuck out of him, no one's going to care. They don't give a shit. No one cares about these guys that dance around the ring anymore. That shit, that's flown the coop. We're finished with it. The people that say they like that shit are just lying. That's all they're doing. None of them are paying for this. They would buy the Floyd fights, and I think that's a lot of people that probably hated him and was sick of him being the ugly stepchild of boxing, just an ugly shit style. So sold and packaged to us as like it was a gold nugget when it was just a piece of shit wrapped in gold paper. Okay? You thought it was chocolate, didn't you? It sucked. We don't want any more of it. And so when Devin Haney comes over there, he can have all the wins in the world, but when he fights in a boring manner, no one's going to give a fuck. Okay? So he ain't going to be making big bucks anymore. The sport's done with giving giant paydays to guys that cherry pick and don't do shit. And I'll bet you, I'll put money that the next fight that Crawford has, he ain't making nowhere near to what he made, what he would make for a Canelo fight. And if Turkey tosses big money at Crawford to have another fight, he's going to lose that money. Okay, he's going to lose it. Because that guy ain't no cash cow. And because people deep down inside, even his own fans, know he ain't shit. They know it. They know it. Oscar De La Hoya picks Floyd Mayweather versus Manny Pacquiao rematch winner. Okay, so Oscar De La Hoya is a retard. I don't know why he would say that, but it ain't a real fight anyway, so who gives a shit? If they have something, it's from right here, it's probably going to end up being an exhibition. Okay? Okay, we're going to push forward. This is more about the Manny Pacquiao shit that's making the rounds now all throughout the internet. Floyd Mayweather Manny Pacquiao rematch news has boxing fans all saying the same thing. Yeah, this boxing fan here says, who gives a shit? It doesn't mean anything. And they'll just say, look, with Manny, if there was an actual real contest, Manny would lay him out and everyone would say he was old. It's like, but I'll tell you this, Prime Manny knocks out Floyd all day, every day. That ain't nothing, okay? That's why he ducked for so long. He waited until Manny was 37 years old. It's pretty pathetic. This was some news I was supposed to bring up a couple of weeks ago. Didn't do it. Says Cal Brook boxing return confirmed for Ricky Hatton tribute event with date and opponent announced. Okay, so this is more recent news. All right, so there's going to be a tribute event for Ricky Hatton. And so Brook is going to come back. We don't know what it's going to be. Trying to make up payday. Maybe that's his buddy. All right. Just going through some of the news here. Some of the, again, people are supposed to do this a few weeks ago, this video. It's been a long time coming. All right, Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. return. Okay, so they're talking about him bouncing back. Bouncing back from what, people? This guy is bouncing back from what? Rehab and rehab and, I don't know, a fake fight versus Jake Paul? I actually thought he outpointed Jake Paul. People wouldn't agree with that, but if you actually score it, he landed the better, cleaner punches, and actually a lot of those rounds he was a ring general. But I think he kind of took it easy on little Jake Paul. I don't think it was really that much of a real fight. I think it had an outcome that was already chosen. I don't think that guy was ever supposed to win. The dude's coming straight out of rehab, and Jake Paul was running from him, which is kind of funny. All right. What is this? Scumbag. 1 second, people. All right, so we got another story. It says TKO scumbag Oscar De La Hoya sounds off on CSAC supporting changes to Ali Act. All right, so this is a little more older, I think. And I got to go look it up again because, again, this episode was supposed to happen weeks ago. Oscar De La Hoya just pissed. And he's burning bridges left and right, people. Burning bridges all day. They got the guys that he works for and the guys that give him big money. He's over here talking about how they want to change the Ali Act. Now, I think what it is that he's kind of upset that I think he sees he's being pushed out of the market. Even though Oscar is very talented as a promoter and finding talent, these guys can get talent scouts. And at some point, it's going to be very hard for him to compete against a guy like a Turkey and a TKO because they have so much damn money there. There's a lot of big brains there that know how to corner markets. Oscar's good, but he's kind of revitalized his career as a promoter. But I don't think he can compete with these guys. I think most of these guys can't. And by most, I mean none of them. This TKO's, I think it's only going to take about 10 to maybe 20 years at the most, or 15, for them to take over the market. And guys like Oscar are going to get pushed out. They're going to be stuck in the old world of boxing where you got a bunch of divas and bums fighting each other. Those guys will stay over there because the big leagues, the guys with the big money, they're going to not pay guys like Shakur Stevenson the big money. So I think a lot of these boxing promotions, the ones that are left outside of TKO, will still give these divas those big paychecks or attempt to. But it's not going to work out well for them because a lot of networks aren't going to pick them up. And I'm pretty sure they're going to do all kinds of dealings, TKO, with these many different streaming outlets. And then they're going to be saturating you with this information of this is where the best fighters are. TKO, this is where they are. This is where the best ones are. All the other ones are garbage. These are the best. And then they're going to have all these little commentators. Well, I mean, TKO is the place where you got to be. I mean, that's the big promote. That's the real. That's where the real fighters are, the best. And they're just going to keep saying this and repeating it to you. And all these people, the general public's going to be like, TKO is where the best fighters are. So Oscar kind of can't win, but he is burning that bridge. As they say, if you can't beat him, join him, right? Oscar might not join him. He might. And even if he wants to, they'll keep him out of the loop, so it won't matter. They're not going to let him in. All right, so Ricky Hatton, cause of death. You guys probably saw this. This is from a couple of weeks ago. Again, I was supposed to do this episode probably a month ago. Ricky Hatton, cause of death, champion boxer, died by suicide. Okay, so that's not right. That's kind of a disgusting thing to do. This guy had kids and everything. From what I heard, he hung himself. I don't know if you guys know this. Not very cool there, Ricky Hatton. But, you gave us some good fights. Rest in peace, Mr. Ricky Hatton there. But you shouldn't be fucking killing yourself. Okay? When you got kids and everything, you're kind of a scumbag move. Just got to say it. Sorry about that, but got to say it. Okay, you got Chris Weidman and Anderson Silva fighting on the Jake Paul Tank Davis exhibition. So you're going to have this fight, which is probably actually a fight on that card. And this is what happens in Jake Paul and Floyd Mayweather fake fight cards. They're not all fake. They'll have all actual competitions. And then the main event is a fake WWF style fake fight. Isn't that great? That's a great way to do the sport. So you got the cowards at the top of the card taking no real damage, getting the bulk of the money while taking almost none, while taking zero risk. Isn't that amazing the way sports works, right? Right. Yeah. Am I unwise? Wait, do I need to play that? Am I unwise to open up your eyes to love me? All right, people, am I unwise to get you people to give us at least $100 in our Venmo? It's in the description of every video on the channel. You're watching Food Sports Live. And torn you apart. Am I unwise to open up your eyes to love bomac? You loving me, girl, and you love me. Is this sufficient commentary, YouTube? Shit cylinder! Fuck you! Am I unwise to open up your eyes? To fund us? People, for only one easy payment of $100 for a Venmo, you too could save the Real Food TV. Nah, we're probably going to still be doing this anyway, even if it doesn't make money, I guess. But, you know, we're probably going to move it around just so it makes it a little easier. It is kind of expensive and it is a big investment in time. Even though I do love a lot of, you know, the topics and some of the stuff we talk about. Some of the stuff I'm interested in, you know? Why would I want to do stuff if I'm not interested in it? What am I, showbiz? I'm kidding, showbiz. We love you.
So Canelo Alvarez got robbed.
He did. He did. I agree with you. Okay, 1 second. Just going to move the phone over. It's raining out here. There's shit everywhere. Thanks a lot, Bomac. Thanks a lot. That's because he was doing that phone call and he got shit all over everything. Saw that his butt was in the camera the whole time. That's disgusting. It's raining in the city. It's raining. Crawford's fighting some, he's fighting prime fighters only, right? You see the poster? All right, so we saw it. Chris Weidman. They're fighting on November 14th. That is the rematch, right, guys? Actually, that would be the third time those guys fight. They had 2 fights in MMA, and they're all having one in boxing. It would be funny if Chris Weidman knocked Silva out again. You know, he's like, oh yeah, you'll beat me in MMA because Silva never beat him. Chris Weidman first, I think he knocked Silva out because Silva was showboating. And then in the rematch, Chris Weidman broke Anderson Silva's leg. And so now they're going to have a pure boxing match. We'll see. I mean, who knows? I mean, Weidman did knock Silva out one time with his fists. So we'll see what happens. Okay, one moment. That's a good one. That's a good one, man. Is YouTube unwise to monetize Food Sports Live? No, they're not. They're fucking assholes. And it isn't just Food Sports Live. It's Food TV, the whole thing. Right? Yeah, because people, they just don't like what amazing stuff. That's what it is. I mean, people, look, they shadow ban you. We've said a lot of stuff on this channel. I'm sure there's some shit going on. There really is. Anyway, got some other news over here. This isn't really important. This was the Danny Garcia fight that happened a few weeks ago. It's already done. Danny Garcia won by knockout. Threw a left hook from hell, clipped the guy. Knockout win. Danny Garcia still showing he's still got dynamite in that left hand. People wouldn't believe it, but I think Danny Garcia could actually knock out a guy like Terrence Crawford. Right? He's actually got more power in his hands, and he could throw a pretty fast, snappy left hook that'll lay you out. I mean, obviously he didn't beat Lara and some other guys, but those guys are arguably better than Terrence Crawford. And when Danny fought them, they were all in their prime. I mean, Danny Garcia arguably has a better career. And it's not even really much of an argument. He has a better career than Terrence Crawford. He's fought more prime guys. He's fought better fighters. He fought very good fighters when they were at their best. Can Crawford say he did that? No, we cannot. And obviously Crawford had a lot of help with like you said about Manny. I feel like Crawford had a lot of help. Yeah, he had a lot of help. A lot of people helping him. And a lot of people helping him take shit. You know, injections of some sort. Right? Could you guys ever see Danny Garcia going up to 168 and fighting Canelo? You never would see that. I don't think you could. I couldn't see it. But Crawford, little Crawford, coming up all skinny, stringy looking guy. He goes all the way up in 168, coming in at probably over 180. That's some weird shit. All right. So Frankie Edgar goes off on BKFC for canceling debut. It's just shady. So they canceled his debut fight and the BKFC. I don't know why. Maybe health issues. I don't know exactly. I got to read it. Give me 1 second. Text is a little small. My Zoom button's not working. All right. Anyway, the fight got called off. Frankie Edgar's not happy. And that fight was supposed to happen last month. Okay. Again, some of these articles are from a few weeks ago because I was supposed to do a show a few weeks ago. I was supposed to do a Food Sports Live weeks ago. I had it planned out. Okay, so we have Aldo. He's now officially retired. I thought he was already retired. Wait, he retired again? So I guess usually fighters, they retire after a fight. Aldo, he just comes in. He's like, they're just chilling out in Brazil. He's like, I'm in the crowd. I think I'll just retire. He ate a hamburger and then walked into the ring and we're like, you know what I should do? I retired. I just got over a bout of gas. It was really bad. It was a real fight, but I'm over it. And now I'm going to lay my gloves down in my toilet paper. All right. Jose Aldo lays down his gloves at UFC Rio and officially retires, closing the book on his unforgettable career. All right. There's a guy who fought many prime fighters. That guy is, if you look at a fighter with an amazing career, that would be one of them. Jose Aldo, great career there. He ain't no Crawford cherry picking. He's a decent fighter, Crawford, but definitely not as good as advertised. And that career is for sure not as good as advertised. All right, so you got Mike Tyson over here. Mike Tyson reveals what he learned from loss to Jake Paul ahead of Floyd Mayweather fight. Exclusive. Keep in mind, this was not a fight. This was an exhibition. It's fake. So he learned from a fake fight what he's going to do in another fake fight. The only problem is that other fake fight might not actually happen. Looks like that Floyd Mayweather Mike Tyson fake fight probably won't be a thing. I mean, it never made sense to me that they would do that because Floyd's style is to run away. So how is he going to be able to build himself up versus Mike Tyson and make it believable? He's going to run away from a guy who doesn't have legs? This is an exhibition. Like you can't actually do an exhibition when a guy can barely move around. You guys saw him versus Jake Paul. He's just standing in one spot. Like Mike Tyson has notoriously bad feet. His feet are so bad that when you see him sometimes out there, when you see him coming out of an airplane or something, they're rolling him out in a wheelchair. That's how bad his feet are. His legs are all busted up. Okay, give me 1 second, people. This is some more amazing Floyd Mayweather news. It says, yay, Mayweather says, young boy never broke again. Could be a model. That face card eats, boo. What? That face card eats, boo? Anyway, that's Floyd. I think that's Floyd Mayweather's daughter. He should not allow her to go in public and speak. That is a very shit statement. I don't know, it's kind of dumb. All right, I don't know what this is about, but I don't know if you guys know this. Obviously, you should know that the Fandora Keith Thurman fight was called off. This was as of, I think, 3 weeks ago. All right, it says bruised hand and sparring postponed Fandora's title bout. I feel like maybe Fandora knew that. You might be shocked, but I thought Keith Thurman was going to pull this out, and I think these guys sensed something. Thurman in an interview said that the key to beat Fandora is the body. He said everything I said, Keith Thurman. He even called out what happened in the Tim Tszyu fight. Tim Tszyu fought Fandora all wrong. He was a headhunter. That's not where you go. You start with the body when you fight Fandora. It's right there. He doesn't defend it the best. You go to the body. You try. Obviously, you're gonna try to evade all the shit. He's gonna throw a million punches, but you want to keep lining up those body shots. You want to throw some feints in order to get him thinking about the head, and then boom, body. Throw a shot to the head. Feint. All to the head. You feint, and then boom, body shot. You just keep thinking of the body, and then the head comes after. And Tim Tszyu found out too late that that's the way you fight this guy. You watch Tim Tszyu for the first 6 rounds of the fight. He's just headhunting. Why are you headhunting? Stop. Hit him in the body. And I think Keith Thurman in the interview, he said that's the way to beat him. He said he pointed out all the stuff that Tim Tszyu did right, and then Thurman said the key is that body. And so he knew how to beat him. I know he's an older fighter, but look, if Crawford can go up at 38 years old and not gas in a 12-round fight versus a guy who's, accustomed to that weight, then why can't Keith Thurman just take some sauce and beat the shit out of Fundora with body shots? I think he could. I think he had an opportunity to beat him. Maybe Fundora's team was having second thoughts. Maybe they were thinking maybe this was a bad idea. Maybe if we lose this, it's not going to look good. It would not shock me if Fundora never fights Keith Thurman. Just like a lot of those guys are not fighting Keith Thurman. Believe it or not, Keith Thurman's name is worth money, and a lot of these guys do not want to fight him. I don't talk about ducking. They know that that's not good for their career because everybody perceives Keith Thurman as a shot fighter who has nothing left. But I think he has a little bit left in the tank, and it's enough to beat certain guys. I mean, who knows? He might even be able to beat Crawford. Never know. Oh, that's not possible. Crawford with the badoink, 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 badoink. Badoinks, right? Keith Thurman showed, even though it wasn't a great fighter he shows that he packs a punch at 154. He does. But Keith Thurman, if he has one big fight versus a known fighter and knocks them out, then he's back in it, people. Imagine Keith Thurman knocked out Madrimov. You never know. Could happen. I think Keith Thurman was actually a better fighter than Crawford. All right. This is more about this Crawford whatever bullshit fight here. You got Jake Paul versus Tank Davis officially set as exhibition. Glove size rounds and other rules revealed. So again, people, look right there in the title, exhibition, right? It's not a real fight. But then they go on, they talk about fucking glove sizes and all this shit. They having face offs. Like, bro, like when do you ever see this in like pro wrestling or anything? You have a fake fight and you build it up like a real fight? Stupid. But we're pushing it to the limit. Push it to the limit. All right. All right. So with that said, people, there's not a lot to talk about. I have some other stuff, but we're kind of pushing into the news that I was going to talk about a few weeks ago. Maybe I'll get into this in a later episode. A lot of the links that I've compiled here have been taken down. With more Ronda Rousey over here, it says Matt Brown isn't buying the Ronda Rousey return hype. She'll get destroyed. He says that, but I don't think so. I think the lady was pretty damn talented. I could see her still beating women in the UFC. I think it's kind of a stupid thing to say. Maybe because his career's over. Maybe that's what it is. All right, we got a lot of links that are broken here because I guess the sites that hold these have taken them down. All right, it's Canelo Alvarez. Canelo Alvarez to undergo surgery after Crawford fight. The guy supposedly had an elbow injury. Something, I think it was an elbow injury. So he went into the fight, most likely with an injury. Maybe that's why he wasn't busting this guy up with those left hooks. I mean, the guy usually punches much harder. I don't know why he didn't really punch with much power in this fight. It was kind of surprising. Right? I didn't predict that he wouldn't be punching that hard. All right. But me and Showbiz know what's up, right, Showbiz? We know what's up.
So Canelo Alvarez got robbed.
Exactly. CompuBox saw it as well. The Exodus Files and many other people saw it, right?
Feeling lonely?
All right. 1 second. Not feeling lonely. Bunch of bullshit in the world of combat sports, people. We've gone over a lot of it. Right, this is from a few weeks ago. It says Jake Paul targeting one former world champion and one internet star for 2026 bouts. It says manager. Okay, I'm going to have to... Oh, there you go. It's AJ. More bullshit. I guess they want to pay AJ off and see if he'll give them a fake fight. This guy doesn't have real fights. Obviously, it's absolute bullshit. This guy over here looks like the Crypt Keeper. He needs to, leave his butt alone. It's all fake. They probably want to pay AJ to have a fake fight in order for AJ to, I guess, take a dive. This guy, Jake Paul, don't have the balls to fight AJ. Stuff's all fake. All right? It's all fake. 1 second. All right, we got a funny video here I was supposed to show a few weeks ago. It's going around the web right now, people. That Alex Jones coming out recently, getting his stupid mustache. Funny man, government funny man. I'm pretty sure he ain't real, right? You got a lot of things to say. This is what they do. They mix some truth in with a bunch of lies, and by extension, they make the truth movement look dumb. This is why they have this thing called flat Earth. Flat Earth can very easily be disproven, but they put that in there. From what I've heard, it's for sure. It's most likely a government psyop, flat Earth, because it's built on pure delusion. It's not built on actual sound, real logic, because you could prove that the Earth is not flat very, very simply by just watching the world. You don't have to go in a spaceship and look at it. You can see by just being on it. I mean, look, you just look into space. Look at all the round objects out there. The moon, it's round, right? You see a sunset. There's a sunset and a sunrise, right? You see that. Why? If the Earth was flat, how's that happening? The way the water moves, right? The water. There's a lot of things, a lot of different cases, a lot of different examples of how flat Earth is bullshit. But they push it into the truth community and onto the general public. And then people start picking up these ideas and they mix them in with things like JFK assassination, alien abduction, and they just kind of mix the truth in with really ridiculous lies in an effort to discredit any kind of truth. It is actually, in a lot of ways, it is a way of destroying the truth movement, right? It's almost like an agent provocateur. These people come in with very sound logic, people that actually do care about the truth. They come in with sound logic, and then they come and they mix all this illogical stuff in with it in order to discredit the truth. And that's why a guy like an Alex Jones is great, because he acts as a silly clown. He comes in there and he discredits himself, and he discredits stuff in the truth movement. Like he throws them under the bus. Like, for example, the Sandy Pew Pew that happened many years ago. And he came in there and he says, oh, well, I just said it because and then he gets sued for billions of dollars. I don't believe any of it. It's like $1 billion. I don't believe that for a second, that he got sued for $1 billion. This is just a way to discredit free speech. And then all these people come in and say, oh, wow, you believe in that Sandy Hook shit? I mean, look, Alex Jones just lost $1 billion. You think I care? You think he really lost $1 billion? No, he didn't. That's all psyop bullshit. They put that out in the media. That guy ain't losing nothing. I don't think he's losing any money. I think he may actually be a government guy, because he puts himself out there like a damn clown in order to discredit everyone else. And look at him. He's over here, got the little Hitler mustache. He did a recent show, and he's all like, look at me, I'm German. The women just can't get enough of me. Because I just look at me. I'm half German. And he was like going on and on about being German and being sexy, and that the women, they just love the mustache. And because it's like power. It makes them think of power. It's my German roots. And so he's just a fucking little troll clown. Really is. Even though I think he is funny, and there is some truth to some of the things he says, I think he might actually be a government guy. And that has nothing to do with boxing. So we're going to look at one last combat sports thing before we get the F out of here. All right. The thing is, since I haven't done this show in a few weeks, a lot of the stuff I've compiled to talk about, to speak about the, the news of the sport, of the combat sports, is a lot of links are removed because a lot of these sites, for some odd reason, they get rid of it. Maybe they wrote retractions. Look at this stupid shit over here. You see how dumb this is? Look at this. I'll show you how stupid this is. I got to zoom. All right. So you got this fucking idiot that comes over here. Got this guy who's, he's a short little guy. Tank Davis like 5'4". This dude's like 6'2", a heavyweight. This other guy's like a little tiny 135 or something. And he's over here bending down, right? And looking at him, getting low. This guy's putting his hand in the middle as if they're going to go to blows or something, right? Oh, this is a real fight. It's a real fight. Oh, he's going to throw some blows. He stands over here like he's cool, right? Like he's cool. Look, if this is a real fight, then what does this display to you? This displays a bully. So what? He thinks people are going to root for the bully? It's dumb. The whole thing is stupid. Like, who the fuck likes a bully? But I'll tell you this, in a real fight, if this guy can't grab up Tank Davis, that little man would probably beat the fuck out of him. There's a reason why Jake Paul has that big ass fucking beard too, because he probably doesn't have a chin. He grows it big and thick. Right? He shouldn't even be able to have a beard like that in a boxing ring. But it's fake anyway, so it doesn't matter. But maybe he's afraid that he might get clipped on his little girl chin with a fake punch that's like throwing a little too hard. So he's going to bend down. He's going to try to punk him. It's like, who are you punking, dude? You're not who are you punking? Nobody. Because you're a bitch. And this fight is fake. But why you got to put your hand in the middle? These guys there's no feelings there. This shit ain't real. This is only being made because they think some suckers are going to buy it. And if it does happen, I'll watch it and laugh. Because I think the best part about this is when the acting is so poor that people see right through it. And when in a fake fight like this, the acting's going to be poor. Really poor. This guy going to be punching down on this little tiny guy? How do you make that look real? Right? How do you make that look real? Imagine he hits Tank in the back of the head. He hits Tank in the back of the head and knocks him out. You know how badly Jake Paul would be sued if he was to hit Tank Davis in the back of the head and knock him out in a fight that's supposed to be that's actually an exhibition? He'd be majorly fucked. He'd be majorly fucked. Because Tank Davis would sue the fuck out of him and his legal team. Right? Terrence Crawford, welcome back to the super welterweight division by 154-pound champion. Right? I forgot who it is. It might be Conor Benn or something. Oh, Fandora. Yes, Sebastian Fandora. Terrence Crawford, you know what he would say to Fandora? He would say, "No, bro, I don't fight him. I don't go back down. Why wouldn't you go back down? I mean, you went all the way up. You know, you're so small. Why don't you go back to your natural weight?" He said he's going to stick at 168. I mean, what he'll do is he'll cut down a little bit, right? Bud will take a little less steroids and whatever the fuck he's on. And he'll go and fight a bum at 160. That's what he's planning on doing, people. He's planning on probably fighting another guy who's way slower than him, that doesn't have real footwork, and he's hoping that he can beat them. And if he doesn't get knocked out, regardless if Bud wins or loses, they're still going to give him the win because he's got Turkey's hand in his pocket, right? And he's got his hand in Turkey's pocket. And they ain't just touching money, okay? Sorry, that's pretty... It's pretty disgusting what's going on there with little Tanky. Not Tanky, sorry. Tanky as well. What's going on there with little Bud, who sold his bud. He got all the favoritism from this guy, and I think this guy's going to keep giving him gifts. Just like he gave him the Madrimov fight, just like he got the benefit, every benefit in the world in the Canelo fight. The guy's been fighting out of prime guys for years, and fighting, just that's what he does. He fights guys on the decline. But they'll say, oh, he's old. It's like, yeah, but he's not done much. And he's able to do stuff that probably those fighters can't do, like take loads of steroids, right? They'll say, well, Canelo took stuff. Well, Canelo got popped, didn't he? But Bud didn't get popped, so he not on anything. Oh, yeah, of course he's not on anything. He just worked with one of the greatest suppliers in boxing history who made designer steroids that could not be detected. They were not detectable. They're non-detectable, okay? But... again, he's going to go down and fight a bum. He would never fight Fandora. You want to know why? Because Fandora would beat the fuck out of him. He would not be able to beat Fandora. No doubt about it, he wouldn't beat him. That guy would beat him from post to post. Everybody was calling out Fandora a couple of months ago, and when they saw what he did to Tim Tszyu, they were like, hell no. Hell no to the no. Right? That's what they were saying. The guy looks like a fucking Fight Night Round 4 creative fighter. What the hell? What's up with those arms? They're very long. Some crazy long arms there, people. God. Anyway, there's a lot of bullshit going on in the world of combat sports, but we'll be getting back to that possibly tomorrow. Got some more stuff to talk about here. But, people, remember to subscribe to The Real Food TV, the great channel known to man. We're now in the era of Bud. The Bud era. He's now made it at 38 years old. Right? What a fucking joke, right? Absolute garbage. Absolute trash. I mean, the guy's okay as a fighter, but I ain't gonna, he ain't no all-time great. But nowadays they put everybody in the all-time great status. It's quite pathetic. I mean, don't you guys you want to have some standards, right? Gotta have some effing standards. Right? But what I'm doing right now, it's very important to do. Where the hell? Oh, yeah. What I'm doing right now is I'm escaping out the back door. I'm going out the back door. Terrence Crawford goes in the back door. Or Turkey goes in the back door with Bud Crawford. He's backed up because he let people in his back door. Just kidding. But not kidding. People, you've been watching one of the greatest shows known to man. This is Food Sports Live. And all we do is lay out the truth, people, because this is the real Food TV, right? Remember to subscribe to the greatest channel known to man, right? We have returned. We don't fuck around. We call it like it is. You can't beat us. Shit tube. Shit cylinder. You piece of shit. Fuck you, Google. Fuck you. Right, Showbiz?
So Canelo Alvarez got robbed.
I agree. I scored it for Canelo. All right. Want to thank all you guys for coming in here today. All right. It's been a long telecast. Had to do it, people. Right? Okay, we got MB, I guess that's how you pronounce it. Or MB1104. Thanks a lot for coming in here, man. Give me one moment. Calling out some of the people that came in here. Okay, Marb DC9588. What's up, man? What else? We got millions of people in here, people. Millions of people. Well, thank all you guys for coming in here. Just looking through the comments a little bit. Sorry if I didn't get to all your comments. Rogan is a bozo. I think I read that. SGT. All right. What's up? Thanks a lot for coming in here, man. Host of Nightmares. Never Sobers in there. What's up, Never Sobers? Got Turk came in here. Impala. Taco. B81. Holly Home ruined her. Yeah, sorry, I didn't get to that comment. Yeah, I think that did kind of damage her. I think her coach really damaged her. Because he let her fight in a style that wasn't to her strength. In MMA, you really want to fight to your strength. Or you want to do certain things that lends to your strength, that gets you to where you want to be when it comes to your abilities, right? George St. Pierre was good on that. He would throw like a little jab. Freddie Roach taught him a decent snappy jab. Boom, jab, boom. He'd just grab you real quick. And he would get into the wrestling, which is weird because he was mostly a karate fighter. But his wrestling did okay for him. But that all fell apart when he fought Johnny Hendricks, because Johnny Hendricks was better than him in every category, especially wrestling. Completely schooled George St. Pierre and beat his ass. And that's why I have the poster on the right there. That was the uncrowned king, a fighter that not only beat George St. Pierre, but schooled him. But again, guys, thanks a lot for coming in here. We got Johnny Blaze, the CCD. All right. The Don came in here. We got Recognize the Matrix, 5387. We got Mars. Mars, I think I might have read that wrong earlier. It says Mars. Mars came in here. What's up, Mars? Thanks for coming in here, everyone.
50-foot containment wall is erected along the New Jersey shoreline.
Thanks a lot for coming in here, people. But this is how the boxing glove crumbles.
It completely surrounds Manhattan Island.
The greatest show has to end just for the night. We'll be back probably, maybe tomorrow with some more of our programming here on the Real Food TV, the greatest channel on demand.
Police force, like an army, is encamped around the island. There are no guards inside the prison, only prisoners and the world.
All right, 1 second.
The rules are simple.
They don't like our channel, U-Cylinder, but they can go fuck themselves, right? We're just going to keep pointing it out. We're going to keep saying what we think. And we're going to keep presenting some of the greatest shows on Earth. Have a good night. And don't let the bed bugs bite. I'm old. I only fight prime fighters. Brad Bomac? No comment. We fought him, and we won. I want next. Crawford, suck my dick. No, not again. But I love it. Gay! You covered the sport and shit. Boy, I'm covered in shit. I look just like I look when I ate that giant bowl of beans. I just love beans. I love beans. Bomac, help me. Turkey wants my buns. Boy, you got buns? I'm hungry. I want some buns with my beans and shit. And shit. All right, everybody. Have a good night. And we love you. Till later. One second. You can't stop us! Just saying, fuck you, U-Cylinder. Fuck you. Where the hell is my damn graphic? People, I'm just looking at my graphic. Give me 1 second. Latest. This is totally unprofessional. Oh, wow, that's such a good song. Wow, it's amazing. I like that song. It's fun. This is the way people do reactions on YouTube, right? Like I was saying earlier. I'm going to be getting out of here in a minute, people. Going to play a band that I've been kind of promoting for a little while now. It's called Sleeping Dogs. A lot of people may not like them, but I'm promoting them. They deserve it, just like I deserve it. I'm going to be promoting my band on here soon. Don't you worry. You're going to love it. All right, 1 second, people. There's a new song from this band. It came out a few weeks ago, right? It's called Sleeping Dogs. Right. There's an advertisement going on. All right, people, remember to donate to the Real Food TV if you want to support amazing works like this, right? You've been watching Food Sports Live. Once again, have yourselves a good night, guys. Our Venmo's in the description of every video on the channel. If you can find in your heart to give us at least $300 or 10 or 5 or 1, just let us know that you care, right? Hit like. If you want another way to support the channel, so subscribe. Hit the like button. Again, have a great night, guys. Have a good night. Thanks for joining us. We really do appreciate it. See you later.
Canelo Alvarez got robbed.
Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda from the Kelley Blue Book Best Value brand.
Against nature.
got robbed.
Sports Live is filmed in front of a live studio audience. Foo Sports Live is filmed in front of a live studio audience. Foo Sports.
It's tricky, man. Talk about the score, but I've managed my first part, bro.
Looks like a.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen. That's
Man, you fight with nobody. Man, you fight with nobody.
We're going to be getting out of here this last song of the evening. I know I said goodnight many, many times. We're watching some knockouts right now. Going over it live. This is Knockout Radio, live on the Real Food TV. The show was ended, but the knockouts have begun. You're watching them live here, live on the Real Food TV, the greatest channel known to the man. Full Sports Live! Did you like the way I mixed? Beaners! It matched. Let them boys! Lady Boys live on the Real Food TV. Sorry about that. Sorry. Canelo won. He did. That's no joke. I scored it for Canelo. You can go watch our live play-by-play of the night of the fight where Crawford greased himself up. That was not the first time he's done that. You guys know the rules on greasing. It's incredibly illegal in boxing. Extremely illegal. Not only did Crawford get outpointed, but he should have been DQ'd because he greased himself.
So Canelo Alvarez got robbed. So Canelo Alvarez got robbed.
Fuck you, YouTube! Fuck you! This is what I want to do to you, YouTube. This is what I want to do to you. This is what I'm going to do to you, YouTube. I'm going to come in there. You're going to try to block. Bomb peppering. Coming up. Hitting you with the badoinks. And I loading up on the... Not even much of a punch there. And I lay you out like that. But that ain't the end of it, you cylinder. That ain't the end of it. There's so many ways I can fuck you up. You guys blow. This is me, you cylinder. I'm just laying you out. Just think of me like Mike Tyson, and that's your shitty sight. And I'm just fucking you up. I'm like, hey, YouTube, you're old. Fuck you. Die. Die. There's going to be a new streaming platform in town. YouTube's out. Fuck you. And have a good night. Fuck you, YouTube. Shit cylinder. Look at that. YouTube's like, please don't do it. I was so young. Wow. See you later, asshole. Not you guys. Not you guys. You cylinder. You cylinder. See that? Oh, look at Amir Khan. Amir Khan doing what Danny Garcia failed to do, right? Oh, wait, that's Rob Salka. That's nothing. That's trash. That's a garbage fight. That's trash. Anyway, it's gone to commercial. The lady's probably monetized. Doesn't matter. Just remember, support the channel and have yourselves a good night. We're getting out of here. Bye. See ya. And we love you. We are incredibly funny over here. We really are. We really effing are. We are. We're very funny. Good night again.